Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Wyoming Capitol building was evacuated and locked down on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports what authorities found.
They encountered what they suspected of being an IED, or an improvised explosive device. Out of precaution, they evacuated the Capitol. The front of the Capitol here is roped off, and it looks as though there are some crews examining the front steps of the Capitol.
In addition to the Wyoming Highway Patrol, agencies responding included the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation, Laramie County Sheriff's Office, and a joint bomb squad operated by the LCSO and Cheyenne Police Department. The investigation is ongoing. A hunter shot and killed a grizzly in self-defense in the Island Park, Idaho area south of Yellowstone National Park early Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports this isn't an isolated incident.
This is the third year in a row that's happened in this area. This attack, was Saturday, middle of October. The other two in 2024 and in 2023, both times on September 1st. Bears, same thing, grizzly charged hunters and was shot and killed. I talked to a grizzly bear conflict specialist. She said, it's this sort of thing that happens during hunting season.
The hunter was cleared of any wrongdoing by the agency. Wyoming Game and Fish tells Cowboy State Daily that hunters should always be bear aware when hunting, always carry and know how to deploy bear spray or have a firearm in case of an attack. After the Weston County Clerk failed to show for a Wyoming Legislative Committee's subpoena, the panel chair on Tuesday said he would seek a court order compelling her to testify at a later meeting. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Weston County Clerk Becky Hadlock didn't appear for the September 29th meeting, even though she was subpoenaed of a legislative subcommittee tasked with investigating her office's mishandling of two races in the 2024 general election.
Back in July, the Management Audit Committee subpoenaed Becky Hadlock, saying they wanted to hear testimony from her about the botched 2024 election in Weston County. And in September, for the subcommittee's actual meeting where she was supposed to show, she didn't. But then the Management Audit Committee met again Tuesday, and they were like, okay, so next step is we're going to call for a court order to compel her appearance.
Now, if the Natrona County District Attorney's Office prosecutes Hadlock and she's convicted, she could face up to 6 months in jail and $100 in fines. I'll be back with more news from Cowboy State Daily right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
A Cody man accused of stalking his ex-wife and hoarding homemade explosives has pleaded guilty to 2 federal firearm charges in a plea deal. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports Randall Bailey faces sentencing in January on weapons charges.
In 2024, he violated a protective order, and when the police searched his house, they recovered a cache of 30 weapons, 2 pipe bombs, and some other items like a silencer was on a handgun. They had to call the bomb squad out to take the 2 pipe bombs away.
State charges are on hold as Bailey was indicted by a federal grand jury in July. He's scheduled to be sentenced January 6, 2026 in Casper. Over 800 full-time Wyoming National Guard employees are working for free under the federal government shutdown. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they're entitled to back pay, but nobody knows when that will be.
The Adjutant General testified on Monday like there's no end in sight. We don't know. And he also testified that this is in addition to other funding woes, such as the continuing resolution cut back on Army funds, prompting a hiring freeze. And also if the military budget bill passes in accordance with Trump's budget, they'll actually continue to see there'll be 9 more positions short in addition to the 66 they've already frozen out.
Major General Gregory Porter, Wyoming National Guard Adjutant General, told the Legislative Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee during its meeting in Cheyenne that he had accepted all those employees from being furloughed, keeping them at work because all the duties they performed are deemed essential. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Wednesday, October 22. I can hear the cat meowing outside. He wants to get in. I just read this story about the house cat competition, like the biggest and best house cats, not fancy like breeds, but just like the best house cats. And I would enter mine under the category of chattiest, meowiest, neediest, most vocal. He's out there crying his head off to get in after he was meowing his face off to get out. You're just gonna have to stay out there and chase the raccoons off. That's how we're starting the show on this Wednesday. I'm supposed to be doing like the today's top headlines, but this show starts off with me talking to the cat. Suspected bomb found at the Capitol building. I don't know if it turned out to be a bomb or not. I think it was an improvised bomb. Somebody found it and walked it into the Capitol building, and then everybody ran. They're like, that doesn't look good. Why is it ticking? Yeah. Mailboxes. Oh, this is a story that could be from the 1960s or 2025. Rural residents in Wyoming saying they're tired of waking up to seeing their mailboxes taken out sometime in the night, like wiped out, crashed out, people knocking mailboxes over. I mean, that's pretty cool. It's been going on since they invented mailboxes and then invented the vehicle. So the vehicle, Henry Ford, 1905. And I'm presuming we had mailboxes in 1905. So there's the collision course. Literally, don't excuse the pun. There's the collision course why mailboxes are in the borrow ditch, are in laying down, wiped out, scattered down the road. 1905. The vehicle and the mailbox collided in history. And ever since, this story is good for a chuckle, although some aren't laughing. Renee Jean says rural Cheyenne residents fed up with drivers taking out their mailboxes. Well, a bomb found at the Capitol building, and this story from Scott Schwebke. Cody man accused of hoarding homemade explosives. Bingo! Case solved. Actually, he was hoarding explosives to probably do something bad to his ex-girlfriend. That's me saying that, my opinion. Randall Bailey already has a restraining order against his ex, was already seen stalking her and trying to get into the car of her new boyfriend. These, by the way, these people are in their 60s. This is not behavior of 25-year-olds. It's like 65-year-olds. She's got a new man, and the old man just can't handle it. He's got about, 30 firearms in his house. He's not supposed to own any because he's got a restraining order. Plus, he's got a whole mess of bombs. You see where this is going. Cody, man, has made a plea deal, and I hope the plea deal involves him getting put away where he can't get to this ex-girlfriend. This doesn't sound good. Another grizzly bear is shot in Island Park south of Yellowstone. The hunter says the bear came at him. He shot it with a rifle. That's cool. Self-defense. You know, you got to do you. You come first. You're more important than the bear. We got plenty of grizzly bears. Probably too many. I'm not going to side on the side of the grizzly bear, but I find it really hard to believe the success rate of these hunters killing bears. Shooting and killing a bear is not an easy task. Even when you're hunting them intentionally, if you are bow hunting and you're just packing a rifle for bear protection, self-defense, which is often, that was the case last year, same area, Island Park, Idaho. Bow hunters out in the season are allowed to carry a rifle, not to hunt elk, but just in case they encounter a bear. So I'm assuming you're walking around with your bow tied to your pack and the rifle in your hand. Because if you don't have that rifle ready and you're surprised by a grizzly, in this case, a grizzly came out of thick cover and charged, you have very little time to even get to your canister of bear spray. You have very little time to poop your pants. That bear is on you quickly. I find it very hard to believe that suddenly everyone becomes Jim Bowie or David Chestnut. Not David Chestnut. Who is the guy? Daniel Boone. David Chestnut. Who am I thinking of? Everybody's like Daniel Boone when the bear comes at him. I find it hard to believe that all these dead grizzly bears killed in self-defense, these are really, 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 really good hunters with maybe some military experience. Because the average Joe is not going to be able to shoot a grizzly dead that surprises you and is charging at you. You barely have time to soil your drawers, much less put a round in, point that rifle, and steady your nerves and get off a kill shot. Come on. Whatever. That guy, the unnamed guy was cleared by Game and Fish. They said it was. Case of self-defense. Artificial intelligence, that's going to come up again in the show today. We had a guest on yesterday that said the race to be the artificial intelligence leader is on. It's U.S. against China. Meanwhile, you know what role the U.K. is taking? They're saying back off. They want to pump the brakes. In the U.S., they're saying we need to own AI before the Chinese do. Because if the Chinese are running the show when it comes to artificial intelligence, we won't be able to believe anything that it gets spit back out at us at ChatGPT. It'll all be censored. It'll all be weaponized. Chinese can't be trusted with AI. We need to win that war. That's the guest we had on yesterday talking about that. Meanwhile, today's news is the UK and other European countries and other celebrities are signing this letter of intent, signing this whatever, saying that we should hold off on artificial intelligence until we know better that it won't kill us. Seriously, that's what their letter says. Like, super intelligent AI, they said, we better wait. Full speed ahead in America and China, though. And artificial intelligence, by the way, on a smaller scale, duped a couple of duck hunters into thinking the season was open, and they got rid of ticket by the game warden. He said, what are you doing shooting ducks today? And they said, well, the computer said we could. Not the first time wardens have seen it. They're like, man, just look, pick up the phone and call the office, or find out yourself for real one that don't ask Chat GPT when the duck season starts. We'll tell you why artificial intelligence is steering upland game hunters wrong later in the show. National Guardsmen worried that their paychecks may never come. A lot of federal employees are starting to feel the crunch right now. And we'll talk about a couple of programs designed to help get them through because there's no end in sight. And they haven't been paid now for 23 weeks. They haven't been paid. They got to make groceries, starting to feel the crunch. We'll tell you about close to home in Teton County efforts to get federal employees through it with food programs, and then nationwide. A lot of people wondering how they're going to buy groceries, as they're referred to by President Trump. Why did everybody have an issue with Trump calling them groceries? Remember that? I never did get to the bottom of that. I know he was ridiculed for using the term groceries. Like, isn't that a word anymore? That's groceries, right? You go grocery shopping at the grocery store. That's what we call food. And he would say that, on his campaign trail. He'd be like, we got to do this. We got to kick out the immigrants. We got to stop the Ukraine war. And we got to ease the price of groceries. And people laughed at him for saying groceries. Was he saying it wrong? Or is that not a word anymore? I couldn't be bothered to figure out why. Just another reason to throw shade at Trump, I guess. Throwing a lot of shade at this Weston County clerk. She in trouble again? Well, same stuff. Governor Gordon investigating new complaints against Weston County clerk. New complaints, but it's really the old thing, the 2024 election. She screwed it up with the ballots, didn't come clean about it with the post-audit, and then blew off a subpoena. So, yeah, Becky Hadluck is in the crosshairs. We'll talk about that later today. First, I guess we should get everybody up to date on the weather forecast. What do we do? Let's do that. Gorgeous week this week. You better get out and enjoy it. You're not going to like Sunday and Monday. Sunny 63 in Casper, sunny 61 in Lander, Evanston, sunshine 61, Rock Springs, sunny 61. Pinedale, 57 under sunshine. Afton, sunny 62. DuBois, sunny 58. Jackson, 61 with sunshine. 63 and sunny in Thermop. 63, sunny in Cody is kind of a common theme here. Just guess the number. Sunshine everywhere. So I'll stop saying sunny. Buffalo, Sheridan, 61, 63, respectively. Gillette, 61. Newcastle, 59, 67 at Torrington. That's the hot spot again. Wheatland, 65. Cheyenne, you'll top out around 63. Laramie, pushing 60. Trying to get there, 59. Rawlins, sunny and 58. So, absolutely bulletproof day across the state. Border to border, east to west, north to south. Speaking of border war is on this Saturday. CSU, not many people are talking smack because it just feels weird, this year's border war. It doesn't feel right. It should be the biggest thing since Chevrolet and apple pie and sliced bread. But it doesn't feel like it because both teams are coming in limping in. Both teams have losing records, CSU and Wyoming. Both teams are coming off of losses they can't understand. Wyoming Air Force, I mean, I can't even fathom how you snatch defeat from the jaws of victory in that. Wyoming was awful in that game. And I told you so moment. OCJ Johnson's out. I said it on Monday. I have the videotape. As Wolf Warner used to say, let's go to the videotape. Nobody knows that reference. He was an old sportscaster in the New York. I grew up with him in the New York area. Warner Wolf. I got his name backwards. Warner Wolf. You look up Warner Wolf. Ask AI to do something useful. Ask AI, ChatGPT, or just regular old Googler, or ask Siri, who has now become grandma. Siri's like an old lady at this point. She's been displaced, replaced. Warner Wolf is 87 years old now. Makes his home in Washington, D.C. I guess he was more than New York. I guess he was a nationwide former sportscaster. Famous for, if you look up his name, Warner Wolf, just type that into your Googler. First thing you'll see is American sports broadcaster famous for, let's go to the videotape. Because this was back when that was a novel concept. And he was basically saying, you shouldn't believe me. Let's go to the videotape. Wolf Warner would say, if Wolf Warner recapped the Cowboys Falcons game last week, Air Force, Wyoming, he'd say, man, Wyoming fans feeling bitter, just shaking their heads, trying to get over that loss. What a terrible football game they played. The play calling suspect. And that team snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Don't take my word. Let's go to the videotape. And they would show Evan Swoboda throwing the ball right to an Air Force linebacker. There's a reason why Swoboda's not quarterbacking the team anymore. Yeah, the play calling. And it wasn't just that play. Well, I don't need to get into it. Jared Petrino is going to be on today. We'll get into it then. Let's go to video. We're going to go to the videotape where Monday, before it was ever announced, Monday, I said on this show, somebody's head's got to roll in that loss. It's not going to be Jay Sawvell. They're not going to fire him mid-season like some of these teams. If he gets the axe, it'll be in the offseason. But somebody's got to go. And the somebody is the guy calling the plays because it was mystifying some of the plays the Cowboys were running. You're like, what are they doing? And this team's averaging 20 points a game on offense. That's not enough. And they played the worst defense in all of D1 college football. And they managed 2 touchdowns, 3 in the end, but basically 2 all game against the worst defense. So how can you not put your finger on the offensive coordinator, Jay Johnson, who has been run out of other colleges? They couldn't wait to see him go. They threw parties. They threw parades in the street when Jay Johnson was let go from his previous jobs. And he gets to Laramie, and suddenly he's this great. No. The offense is boring, stagnant, uncreative. I said Monday he's going to lose his job. He's got to. Now we'll go to the videotape, Warner Wolf style. Wolf Warner style. What's his name? Warner Wolf. See if Jared Petrino remembers him. He might. Also later today, we're going to talk to Franz Fuchs. No, not the Austrian mass murderer. Franz works for the Wyoming Department of Health. And he's going to talk about the rural health initiative going on right now. There was a whole mess of town halls about it. It's in the big, beautiful bill. Rural health, going to be a big thing in Wyoming. And Franz is going to get us up to date on what's going on that front. Lindsay Gracia will be here. She's with Operation Warm. We're going to talk sports bras. Mostly for women, and there's a few men, specifically some offensive linemen that could probably use some sports bras. Operation Warm Sports Bra Program. Lindsay, we'll talk about that. So, yeah, we got a full slate, a lot of fun guests. Let's take a break. I'll tee up the whole deal. Or actually, we'll dig right in to some of the first stories of the day in a moment.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Well, good Wednesday morning to you. Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Erlen. Good morning, Diane. They all check in on the Cowboy State Daily Facebook page. Anthony, I was reading Anthony's post and said the comment that they are working free is really a misapplication. I'm assuming this is federal employees. The comment they are working free. I don't know if maybe the news, did Mac say that on the news? I didn't say the federal employees are working free. I said they're working without pay for 3 weeks now. They're guaranteed that back pay when the government figures out how to put their pants on, but they'll eventually get the pay. They took an oath. They are obliged to fulfill that oath. Your average federal worker didn't. I don't know if they took an oath. Do they take an oath at the post office? I vow through rain, sleet, and snow to go as slow as I can getting that letter to you. I don't know if they take an oath. Forest Service people, I mean, they just get a job with the feds. They acquire many benefits doing what they're doing. That's for sure. There's a lot of benefits, retirement benefits, and just health care nowadays. That's worth a lot. So please stop the hype. If you're going to tell the news in truth, not with a lot of BS. All right, Anthony. I think we must have talked about it in the news. I didn't say the government is working for free. They're working without getting paid right now. But they eventually will. Okay. The bomb found on the Great Seal outside the Wyoming Capitol. Where is I thought the Great Seal was way up there on the building. How can you get a bomb up there? The Great Seal is not. It's on the ground. It's on the sidewalk. I can't say I spent a bunch of time in Cheyenne. The last time I was there, it was 1,000,000 years ago. I just have no cause to be in Cheyenne. I don't want to be in Cheyenne. Pretty much like Game Warden Joe Pickett of the CJ Box series. I hate going to Cheyenne. Nothing good happens in Cheyenne. Joe Pickett hates when he's called to Cheyenne. He's like, oh, no. The last time I was there, my takeaway from Cheyenne was, I thought the one cool thing about it is they had a lot of intersections in the off downtown area that had no stop signs and no street light. I don't know if that's still the case, but me as a slightly aggressive driver, I enjoyed the fact there was no stop signs because I think that's the way it should be. You all work it out when if you don't want to roar through there doing a 30 and not even looking. But many times, if you've got a good view, if you got good views and no one's coming, why do you even need to stop? So I thought they had it right in Cheyenne. Do they still have that? Does anybody know? Intersections and, sort of the suburby city parts. Who's texting me? Oh, all right. Yeah, let me put up my studio line. Text me if you live in Cheyenne or if you know. 307-999-TALK is always the number. Studio line 307-999-8255. Shoot me a text. Is it still the case in Cheyenne where they have many four-way intersections with no light, no yield, no stop, nothing? I remember that was a long time ago, but I swear, or maybe that's just the way I saw it. I'm a little colorblind when it comes to driving. Maybe I don't see stop signs. That's what I tell the officer. I didn't even see it, officer. I remember no stop signs. Anyway, the Wyoming Capitol was closed Tuesday after a suspected improvised explosive was found on the Great Seal in front of the building. So we've graduated from one hoodlum hijacking his mom's car and throwing out the Wyoming State Statute Law Book on fire to planting a bomb on the Great Seal. We're really elevating our game of here in the realm of terrorism, domestic terrorism. We started with a drive-by burning book Remember that kid threw his mom's car? I hope he got a good spanking for that when he got home. And now we got a guy who's cooked up a bomb, apparently, which we know we can make with fertilizer and like a wick. That's basically all you need. Get on YouTube, ask AI, how do you make a bomb? And it'll say fertilizer, a little bit of ammonia, a wick, presto, bomb. So it was found, this device is laying there on the seal on the sidewalk. Somebody is walking by and sees it and picks it up. Oh, man. Apparently they've never seen Jeremy Renner dressed up in his Michelin Man outfit as part of the bomb squad. They just picked it up and they brought it into the Capitol building. Even better. Oh, man. The bomb maker, whoever put that there on the seal, watching from the bushes, had to be like, oh, this is fantastic. He's got his bomb on the seal, which will blow up and maybe take out the sidewalk, destroy the seal. And now, you know, that's a base hit in his mind. But this is the home run. He watches some dude pick it up and bring it into the building. An alleged bomb maker who's probably watching is got to be just so excited at this point. Oh, this is great. Couldn't dreamed it up any better. Brings into the Capitol building. Wyoming Highway Patrol troopers were alerted when some people thought, man, that looks like a bomb. You know, the whole clock thing and the fact that it's ticking. The Capitol was evacuated. Troopers secured the area 9:45 a.m. yesterday. Closed for all day. They brought the bomb-sniffing dogs. I enjoy the fact that we're able to deal with this in Wyoming. Like, I'm sharing some photos. If you check out the story in the Cowboy State Daily, we got bomb-sniffing dogs all over the place. That's cool. I'm glad we got that kind of technology. Drones were flying everywhere. And we got people that we got good, smart law enforcement that can deal with potential explosives. And you saw the police presence. The whole place was taped off, roped off. Greg Johnson was there taking some of these photos. Bomb squad called in. They probably had one of those robot bomb guys, right? Jackson Walker wrote the story. They probably had one of those robot bomb things. Although I don't know he was needed in this case. They drive into the building and they go dismantle the bomb. So Jeremy Renner doesn't have to deal with it. I don't know if they busted out the bomb robot, but they brought out the dogs and the drones. And from the Jackson Walker story, WHP have released few other details about what the suspected IED was, or even if it was actually an explosive. So that was my question. Did it turn out to be a bomb? Still don't know. But it looked good enough that it had coppers crawling all over the place at the Capitol building, swept. When legislature is in session, by the way, the Capitol building is swept daily by 2 WHP troopers with dogs. So they look for bombs twice a day during session. They have that ability. Interesting. So, yeah, it turns out it may have been a bomb. Maybe not. We're not sure. We may get a follow-up today from Jackson Walker and Wyoming Highway Patrol as to what that device was. But note to self and note to Johnny Do-Gooder, when you see stuff laying on the sidewalk and it looks kind of like a bomb, we all know what a bomb looks like. You've watched Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. You know, sticks of dynamite. If it looks like a bomb, you don't want to pick that up and bring that into the Capitol building. You don't want to get near that thing. Don't touch that thing. That's a bomb. Use your head. Use your head or lose your head. That's a bomb, man. Don't touch that thing. And don't touch people's mailboxes either in rural Cheyenne. I was just talking about rural Cheyenne where they don't have stop signs. They also don't have mailboxes, even though there was one there last night. I swear when I went to bed, the mailbox was there. Now it's gone. People are tired of their mailboxes getting taken out, mostly by drivers. These are not the case of baseball bat hooligans in high school. You know, they share of a bunch of high school seniors have a six-pack of Coors Light in the parking lot of the Kmart at 11 at night, and then they go joyriding with a bat, and somebody hangs out the car, and they just wax mailboxes all the way down the street. Not that. This is rural mailbox smashing, and it happens when people just drive really crappy. Sarah Eldersea has had it. She lives in Happy Valley, west of Cheyenne. She wasn't very happy the other day. She woke up, find her mailbox scattered on the ground in 3 pieces. Not the first time, not the second. It's like the third time it's happened to her, I think. Yeah, she said, look, I get that it's a narrow road or some people may not see the mailbox or whatever. But, you know, if you hit it, do the right thing and leave a note. She says, probably not somebody who lives here. Probably not. It's probably somebody who was up here camping, fishing, who knows what. They came down around the corner too fast, lost control of their vehicle, and knocked my mailbox over. Elder C says, yeah, accidents happen. I get that. But it's the lack of responsibility that really gets her blood boiling. She said, had someone knocked my mailbox and came by the next day or even left a note saying, hey, I'm sorry, I hit your mailbox, then I probably wouldn't care. Elder C said, just own up to it. Yeah. Just take responsibility, take ownership. Just, yeah, I think that's the lesson here. I don't know how many mailboxes are getting smashed over. I mean, honestly, how often could this happen? It's just one of the things you deal with when you live in rural Cheyenne, I guess. Even mail carriers have hit Happy Valley mailboxes. Oops. Cody Campbell said mine was hit like 4 times in the first few months I put it up. Cody says, I'm 60 years old. I can't be out there picking up large slabs of cement every other day. Another option Campbell briefly considered was putting up a big telephone pole in front of the box. So if people drove recklessly, he decided not to. He said people hit those also. He said, then I'd have to pick up a telephone pole and my mailbox every morning. They'll wipe out both of them. Yeah, mailboxes getting destroyed in Happy Valley, now renamed Unhappy Valley outside of Cheyenne. We'll be right back. Let's take a quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Daily Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio archives. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, welcome back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show, Wednesday. I see now what Anthony was talking about. It's one of our headlines. I must have read the headline. And Anthony says it's a misnomer to say Wyoming National Guard has 800 employees working for free in shutdown. They're currently furloughed, so they're not working for free. They are being paid. They will be paid, but they're not receiving paychecks right now, not during the shutdown. So, yeah, you say potato, I say tomato. They're not working for free. They're guaranteed back pay. They're furloughed, technically. But look, this is not a conspiracy theory. This is not a news media attempting to angle the story at you in any way. There's no agenda here. It's just the use of words in a headline. Ask a National Guardsman when's the last time he got paid. Yeah, it feels like they're working for free right now. They could certainly say, I don't want to go to work today. I don't want to pick up my AR-15 and go to work today because we're not getting paid. Figure it out, DC. 826 of them, Wyoming National Guardsmen, are working without being paid for now. Major General Gregory Porter addressed the committee of the Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee. It's weird how they just stick military affairs in there. It's probably not a big enough thing to be in its own committee, military affairs. So they're trying to figure out what committee they can shove it into. And the committee that deals with like judiciary, they're like, oh no, that we already got too much going on. We got an agenda here that's going to take us through the middle of 2027. Can't do it. Then they can look at some of the other committee. And then they found the transportation highways. Well, there's not much in there, right? Basically, it's YDOT coming to us saying we don't have any money. So, yeah, they shoved military affairs in that committee. Transportation, highways, military affairs. They met in Cheyenne the other day. Major General Porter said, I got 786 full-time Guard employees that are missing their paychecks this week. And then he followed up with an email. He said, check that. 826 full-time employees working through the shutdown without being paid. He said, all those folks you see back here are working for free, Porter told the committee. I guess he brought a whole bunch of guardsmen with him. After all, they got nothing to work on, or they're not getting paid. So he said, they're working for free right now. Those are the words. Oh, okay. So we're using words of the actual Major General. So, yeah, if one of our listeners is taking exception with the use of the term working for free, it's not technically correct. The guardsmen are furloughed. They're not getting paid, but they will be paid once things are worked out. If and when things are worked out, they'll receive a big fat check for all the checks they missed. But it was Porter that said, I got a bunch of people here, the guardsmen that are working for free right now. That came out of his mouth. That's his quote. That's not the media trying to spin things on you. He said, we'll see where that goes. We don't have a lot of indication there's an end in sight. No, we don't. I haven't heard of any Senate vote. I don't know, that there's any end in sight on the government shutdown. And your guardsmen are just one of the many groups of federal employees that are starting to feel tough times right now. National news regarding that. Federal workers form a line down the block for a food pantry as shutdown hits third week. CNN story about people that are feeling the government shutdown crunch. This is in Washington, D.C. So within the shadow of the White House, you got federal workers that don't have money to buy groceries. And they're hitting the local D.C. food bank. I have to save every dime at this point, said Summer Kirksick, who waited in line for 2 hours yesterday to receive a box of canned and dry goods at a food bank event. Yeah, it's getting tight. In Teton County, 122, that's a nonprofit group. They have stepped up. They're giving out $250 gift cards for gas and groceries to federal employees. 122 Executive Director Cedar Davis said, we understand this is a really stressful time for these federal employees. Shutdown prompted by ongoing disagreement between U.S. Senate Democrats and Republicans fighting over the budget. Cedar Davis of 122 in Teton County said she estimated between 200 and 300 full-time year-round employees work for the National Park Service, Bridger Teton Forest, Caribou Targhee National Forest, the National Fish Hatchery, National Elk Refuge, where we, getting close to when we can expect the arrival of a whole mess of elk to the tune of, 4,000 or so, and nobody collecting a paycheck at the Elk Refuge. Transportation Security Administration, TSA, some emergency responders. So, yeah, a lot of people not being paid right now during the shutdown. 122 in Teton County stepping up, handing out $250 vouchers for gas and food. It's tough. What other story did I want to get to before I look at some national news. Cowboy State Daily News. Oh, yeah, this dude, man. I think we're going to see a case where one guy was let out of jail or out of prison and then killed somebody. And it's like, could have seen it coming. Obviously, hindsight 2020, but we're going to look at that story a little later. It was in the Cowboy State Daily. Where is that story? Somewhere. But here's a case of what very well could be the same thing. Cody man accused of hoarding homemade explosives admits to gun charges in plea deal. The Cody man, who was found with a whole mess of explosives in his home, Randall Bailey, 65-year-old, pleaded guilty to possession of a firearm, and I don't think it's just one. I think they found quite a few. His plea deal means the bomb stuff is not, he's not going to get in trouble for that. But it all stemmed from a violation. He reported violated his ex-wife. Oh, I called it a girlfriend. Ex-wife. Stalking. The ex-wife, Bailey's ex-wife, made a phone call, 911 emergency call, where she was heard hyperventilating, freaking out, said, I'm tired of dealing with this, but I'm watching this video surveillance. She put up cameras outside of her home because she feared that her ex-husband just wouldn't let it go, Randall Bailey. So she put up cameras, and sure enough, she sees in one of the footage, Bailey came to her house and could be seen outside stalking around the house, and then tries the door of the car of her new boyfriend. What's he going to do there? Cody police responded. They searched Bailey's vehicle, found inside the rear compartment a T-shirt concealing a fully loaded Ruger 357 revolver, 6 live hollow point bullets in the cylinder, according to the ATF. They also found a stun gun in his jacket. Subsequently, Cody police got a warrant to search Bailey's home on Musser Road, allegedly finding 30 firearms. Including a Cobra pistol with a homemade suppressor. What are you going to do with that? 2 pipe bombs in the garage. The provision of the protection order filed against Bailey by his ex-wife prohibits him from having guns. According to the police, he had 30. I mean, at what point do you just lock this guy up in a cage so he can't get at his ex-wife? Because ex-wife is going to be everything if this continues. He's got a stun gun on his person, a loaded 357 in the trunk, a couple of pipe bombs, and 30 more firearms back at home in case he needs them. And he's not supposed to have any guns. Randall Bailey, 65-year-old, pleaded guilty of possession of a firearm. I don't know what that could come with as far as sentencing. He was indicted by the federal grand jury back in July, scheduled to be sentenced January 6th, 2026. Meanwhile, I hope this dude isn't out and about, or we're going to be reading a different kind of story here pretty soon. Randall needs to get over the ex, get rid of the guns, and come live with us, regular people. It's time to start adulting and live with regular people. Get some friends, join a bingo club, and become a regular people. Because hoarding explosives and firearms and stalking your ex-wife's place, that's not a good look, man. You got to put this guy in a cage for a little while till he can learn how to people better. Cowboy State Daily Show going to roll on. We'll change our attitude next hour. Try to find something positive in the news. It's a great day, beautiful weather-wise. Don Day is going to be with us next hour. Don has cooked up a gorgeous day across the state. Nobody complained about today. I mean, statewide, fantastic. Sunny 50s and 60s. Bonus summer weather, sort of. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after top of the hour news break for our syndicated stations. We'll be back quickly. Stay there.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Over 800 full-time Wyoming National Guard employees are working for free under the federal government shutdown. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they are entitled to back pay, but nobody knows when that will be.
The Adjutant General testified on Monday like there's no end in sight. We don't know. And he also testified that this is in addition to other funding woes, such as the continuing resolution cut back on Army funds, prompting a hiring freeze. And also if the military budget bill passes in accordance with Trump's budget, they'll actually continue to see there'll be 9 more positions short in addition to the 66 they've already frozen out.
Major General Gregory Porter, Wyoming National Guard Adjutant General, told the Legislative Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee during its meeting in Cheyenne that he had expected all those employees from being furloughed, keeping them at work because all the duties they perform are deemed essential. Rural Cheyenne residents say they're fed up with drivers taking out their mailboxes. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that taking out a mailbox can have serious consequences for the drivers who leave the scene.
Folks in the Happy Valley, they live west of Cheyenne, but things aren't so happy in Happy Valley because they keep losing their mailboxes. Evidently, that Happy Jack Road is some people treat it kind of like a speedway, and they lose control because maybe the road has a little bit of a tilt they're not expecting, and then mailboxes are getting taken out. It's a hit and run. It's actually a crime to hit somebody's mailbox and then just leave it. That's on the books as a crime.
Residents tell Cowboy State Daily that it's not just a prank, but people who aren't navigating the stretch of road correctly in that area, and they slam into the boxes. In fact, one resident says even a mail truck has destroyed her mailbox. The Wyoming Capitol building was evacuated and locked down on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports what authorities found.
They encountered what they suspected of being an IED, or an improvised explosive device. Now, out of precaution, they evacuated the Capitol and they placed the surrounding Hirschler buildings on a shelter-in-place warning. The front of the Capitol here is roped off, and it looks as though there are some crews examining the front steps of the Capitol.
In addition to the Wyoming Highway Patrol, agencies responding included the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation, Laramie County Sheriff's Office, and a joint bomb squad operated by the LCSO and Cheyenne Police Department. The investigation is ongoing. I'll be back with more news from Cowboy State Daily right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
A hunter shot and killed a grizzly in self-defense in the Island Park, Idaho area, south of Yellowstone National Park, early on Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports this isn't an isolated incident.
This is the third year in a row that's happened in this area. Now, this attack, was Saturday, middle of October. The other two in 2024 and in 2023, both times on September 1st. Bears, same thing, grizzly charged hunters and was shot and killed. I talked to a grizzly bear conflict specialist. He said, yeah, it's this sort of thing that happens during hunting season.
The hunter was cleared of any wrongdoing by the agency. Wyoming Game and Fish tells Cowboy State Daily that hunters should always be bear aware when hunting, always carry and know how to deploy bear spray or have a firearm in case of an attack. A Cody man accused of stalking his ex-wife and hoarding homemade explosives has pleaded guilty to 2 federal firearms charges in a plea deal. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports Randall Bailey faces sentencing in January on weapons charges.
And in 2024, he violated a protective order, and when the police searched his house, they recovered a cache of 30 weapons, 2 pipe bombs, and some other items like a silencer was on a handgun. Then the feds stepped in and charged him with a bunch of weapons violations. They had to call the bomb squad out to take the 2 pipe bombs away.
State charges are on hold as Bailey was indicted by a federal grand jury in July. He's scheduled to be sentenced January 6, 2026 in Casper. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
During high school, I hung with the wrong crowd and I never graduated.
I helped Santiago in many different ways, like all fathers do, because he always wanted to go to college.
I felt a little embarrassed to come back to school, but eventually once I came here, I knew that it's for a bigger goal.
He was very dedicated, hardworking. He connected with his teachers, he connected with other students. That was one of the key reasons why he was able to keep forging ahead.
It was amazing to see him graduate. This was one thing that meant so much to him, and of course, it meant so much to us too.
With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed. That support is everything.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Let's go to the Cowboy State Daily. Couple of hunting stories. Hunter shoots, kills grizzly with rifle in self-defense south of Yellowstone in the Island Park area. Mark Hines has the story for the 3rd year in a row. A hunter shot and killed a grizzly in this same area, Island Park, Idaho. They got a lot of grizz there. Certainly. He's been cleared of wrongdoing by the Idaho Fish and Game. They conducted a thorough investigation, determined that the hunter acted in self-defense after he was charged by a bear from a close distance, the agency said. I said earlier, just as a side note, and this is just my uncalled for, unsolicited, unwanted, perhaps, 2 cents. I find it hard to believe that these hunters are able to kill grizzlies in a surprise attack with such success. If you've ever encountered a grizzly, and I have not had one charge me, but I have talked to 9 different people I was researching a story for a Canadian magazine. I can't remember the name of it now. When I was a freelance writer, and the story was grizzly encounters, people who have encountered grizzly bear and lived to tell about it. Some of them had killed the bear. Some of them had been ripped up by the bear, kind of good, clawed and bitten. And some of them were uninjured. 9 different encounters. And in all the shots fired encounters, and there was, I think, like 4 of them, 3 of the dudes had either law enforcement or military experience, and all 3, one of them who was a marksman, who said, I'm a crack shot. And I teach shooting to others. Like, if anyone, I have thrown more lead than anybody my age. And I had a bear come at me, and I had time to raise a handgun, raise a firearm, and squeeze off a shot. And that first shot hit, I saw it kick up dirt in front of the grizz. I couldn't believe I missed that badly. Didn't even hit the bear. hit the ground in front of him. Now, he did end up firing 2 or 3 more shots that hit the bear and killed it. But he missed that first shot. He said, I couldn't believe he said the adrenaline. He goes, there's one thing to shoot on a shooting range. There's another thing to shoot in combat, which I have, this guy said. And then there's this next level where a grizzly bear is coming at you at about 30 miles an hour. And you have seconds to squeeze off the perfect shot, that kill shot. And when they're coming straight at you, you don't have that shot at the heart, really. You got a headshot. You need to hit it. And the bear's head, if you've seen a grizzly bear, his head's not as big as his body. You got one shot at that forehead, basically, to drop that bear before he gets to you. Are you telling me these weekend warriors out there bow hunting elk, who we just found out last week, 2 of them in Idaho shot themselves or shot their friend, unfortunately. These people who shoot themselves or shoot others in their hunting party, they're suddenly going to become the world's greatest marksman with a bear charging them. This is now the 3rd in this area. And then there was up north in Montana, a guy just did a week or so ago, killed a grizzly in self-defense. All these guys are incredibly fortunate and lucky that it was them and not the bear. That it was the bear and not them, I mean. I just am questioning the capability of some of these hunters and the scenario they may explain to Game and Fish and Fish and Game if it's Idaho. He come right out of that brush, 30 yards away. I had no time. There's nothing I could do. Game warden. That was the case here. Charged in thick timber. Are you telling me you had time? You must have had that hunting rifle in your hand and been creeping along like Elmer Fudd with a round in the chamber. That's the only way that you could have been ready to shoot a grizzly that just comes out of the timber. Full speed coming at you. You had to be throwing the creep with the rifle. And I don't know any hunters that hunt like that. That's how they hunt in the cartoons. Elmer Fudd. Where's that crazy wabbit? Hunters don't hunt like that. You don't even have a round in the chamber for the most part. Me and Mark, we don't even have one loaded. The rifle's slung over your back with your pack, and most of hunting is hiking. That's 90% of your hunt. Walking. Now, you'll get into some thick timber areas where you fear, there might be a bear in here. And then maybe you'll have some bear spray ready, or maybe you'll have a rifle ready. But even then, you might have a sidearm for protection just in case. But man, I don't know too many guys that have the rifle out and you would have to have it loaded, cocked and loaded, and held level pretty much to be able to spin, shoot, because there's no other time. Archery hunters shot and killed grizzlies in self-defense in that same region, Island Park, on September 1st, 2024, and September 1st, 2023. They were archery season elk hunting when they encountered grizzly. But by my unscientific count, it's hunters 5, grizzly 0 in the last 5 encounters that I've read about in the news. And it's hard to believe. Not that I'm rooting for a good mauling, but I'm surprised hunters have this kind of success with grizzly encounters. They usually do not go well for the humans. And suddenly humans are, even if you're grizzly bear hunting, your success rate of bringing down a grizzly bear is not great. But I'm glad for this guy. I don't want to give the wrong idea that I'm rooting for the bear. I mean, I'm glad this guy's okay. Cleared by Fish and Game. And I'm glad he was ready. I'm glad he had that rifle ready. He was ready to protect himself. He must have knew he was in some thick woods where you don't know when a bear is going to pop out. Sometimes your trouble with the hunt begins before the hunt even starts. Like this one. Mark Hines reporting artificial intelligence is to blame. It's fooled hunters into shooting ducks on the wrong day. Using Google AI search for duck hunting season dates has landed a couple of Idaho hunters in trouble, as the search gave them wrong days for opening day. The Wyoming hunter, a experienced Wyoming hunter, said relying on AI information is a crapshoot at best. Ha, I get it, crapshoot. It's a duck shoot at best. So far this fall, game agents in Idaho have issued a few citations to hunters who were out duck hunting too early. Reason being, they were all fooled by AI into thinking they were compliant with the law. And here's where the problem stems from. AI doesn't know everything. That's where the problem comes. And, using AI, I don't know if that makes you lazy, but AI at this point is still an emerging tech, and it needs to be fact-checked. We need to double-check. Trust, but verify when it comes to AI. What artificial intelligence was doing in this case, and think of AI in this case as just a deep dive Google search, a really robust Google search. That's all AI is in this case. When you ask AI something on the interwebs, you say, when's opening duck day? And AI looked into it, and artificial intelligence scrubbed the internet to find when opening day in waterfowl hunt area 4 was. And AI found the answer and steered hunters dead wrong. It found the date in commission meetings where that date was proposed but never ratified. So Idaho Fish and Game Commission met. They said, why don't we have a duck season open on such and such day? They discussed it and said, nah, let's push it back a week. But that's on the internet, lives forever. The notes of that meeting, that's where AI went to find the dates, because AI is not smart enough to understand a commission meeting where they talked about hunting regulations as not necessarily actual hunting regulations. AI don't know everything. And that's a lesson to you. Because when it comes to AI, I'm reading this from NBC News. From Prince Harry to Steve Bannon, an unlikely coalition is formed that calls for the ban on superintelligent AI. Oh. Hundreds of public figures, including Nobel Prize-winning scientists, former military leaders, artists, British royalty, all signed off on a statement today calling for a ban on work that could lead to computer superintelligence, whatever that is, and a yet-to-be reached state of artificial intelligence. They say this could one day pose a threat to humanity. That's what I say. I say that too. I'm worried about all those sci-fi movies I see where we make the perfect robot, the perfect computer. Remember Hal? Hal wouldn't let the dude back into the spaceship. Remember Arnold Schwarzenegger, the killing machine? No, he did turn good, right? But cyborgs. And there is strong concern, the statement proposes a prohibition on the development of superintelligence. So in other words, we can have dumb AIs going around that just tell us when duck hunting season is open, but we shouldn't have super intelligent AI going around that might make more important decisions. I don't think AI isn't useful telling you when you can bring your Elmer Fudd shotgun out into the blind, nor is it useful for, I don't know, broad scientific consensus that it will be done safely and controllably, along with a strong public buy-in, is necessary before we advance AI to a superintelligence platform. Again, whatever that is, superintelligence. The statements received more than 800 signatures from a diverse group, including Nobel laureate and AI researcher Jeffrey Hinton. Several people that have worked in the AI field that help create artificial intelligence are now saying, well, we better be careful of it. I might have made him Frankenstein. And if you're not completely convinced, Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle also signed the letter, as did rapper will.i.am. Well, that's all I need to know. will.i.am is on board. Done deal. Speaking of a guy that utilizes artificial intelligence, here's actual intelligence. Don Day. Day weather forecast. Don, we're looking into, of course, I mean, every other day I have you on and you join a discussion midstream that usually involves AI. And we were talking about how artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, steered duck hunters wrong in Idaho when duck hunters asked AI, when is opening day? And AI steered them wrong. They went out there with their shotgun too early. Can't believe. Oops. That's why you employ not just one computer model when it comes to weather forecasting. You look at like 3 of them, and then you make the final call. You're human. You have real intelligence. You say, let me see what the computer said. Have you ever had to override, veto?
Yeah, no, absolutely, all the time.
There you go.
I remind people all the time that it's just like weather models are just like a toolbox. You know, you have your hammer, you have your screwdriver, you have your crescent wrench. You have tools that you use, but they're tools. And I think this is a problem in weather forecasting and what is consumed by people, that they take the modeling as the gospel, as, oh, well, the model says this, so it's going to do this. And it's like, no. You know, it's just saying what might happen. It's trying to represent what the atmosphere is going to be over time. And I remind people this all the time, is that anytime you're projecting anything into the future, it's a risky business. And you're over time, you're going to lose fidelity of and accuracy the further you go down the road. But we have the ability now to run these models out to 10, 15, 20, 30, or 40 days. And I saw this earlier in the week. People were posting some of these models on social media, and the models look nothing like they did 4 days ago. And so tread carefully with them.
Yeah, but does anybody ever go back and check that model that was wrong? That rarely happens. So you get this illusion that these computers are always right. Certainly better than your weather rock or, wet the thumb and stick it out. But
oh yeah. I mean, we have to have them. I mean, they are a tremendous tool. Like, they're the most important tool in the toolbox.
Yes.
But they're one part of the equation, a big one, but not everything.
Occasionally, I will trust the color of the woolly moth or whatever, the caterpillar, or, grandma's trick knee, grandma's arthritic knee, or cows laying down. Means it's going to rain within 24 hours when cows lay down.
Oh, when cows lay down. Oh, That's a new one
Dude,
for me. I have not heard the cows laying down.
Oh, yeah. When you drive by and cows are actively up and eating, that means it's going to be good weather. When they're laying down, they know rain is coming. Here's another one from my grandmother. And this one, I tell you, is so accurate. If you have a cat, over there with your computer models?
I am allergic to them like there's no tomorrow, so I do not have a cat.
Well, It's a lost opportunity for you, meteorologists. Because cats are crucial in forecasting weather. When they wash, lick their paws and wipe their face, do one of them deals. If they go the extra mile and go behind their ear with the old cleaning, rain coming.
Really?
I swear, it works.
Maybe. All right. I might just go to the shelter and get me some weather cats.
Right. You can put them behind a plexiglass. You don't have to contact. Yeah, just weather cats and watch.
So do you stare at them all day and just watch and wait?
No, you'll see them. They'll be usually laying right there on the bed, taking up the whole thing on your pillow, and they'll be, doing their grooming routine. You watch when they wash their face. They usually just do the eyes, the whiskers, but if they go behind the ear. Look
all
out.
right, so I'm going to go get me a cow and watch when it lays down and get me some cats. That plus the computer models. There we go. That maybe is the formula that we've been missing.
Or the computer model. Computer models are showing that cold front coming down from up north. I saw that, and it's coming down like Michigan, Minnesota, the Midwest. They're going to see it, but we're going to feel it too. This is coming Sunday, Monday-ish. Right now, though.
Yeah, really.
Fantastic.
Between now and Saturday, this is beautiful weather. I mean, if you haven't blown out your sprinklers yet, you haven't filled that elk tag yet.
Yeah.
I mean, this doesn't get much better than this late in October, but we will have a Pacific front coming into the state rather rapidly Sunday into Monday. That'll bring about a change. Mountain snow, some rain and snow on the plains. It's going to move so fast, Jake, though, that I don't think it's going to become a big storm for us, but it will certainly upend the nice weather that's going to last through the week, through the first half of the weekend.
Yeah. I mean, today, you can't find anything wrong with today's forecast, and very consistent across the state. That's never consistent. Sunny, 56 to 64, everybody. I mean,
everybody. Yeah, you don't get that very often.
Yeah, take a break today, Don. Just go watch the cats and cows.
Yeah, this is, for those of you who are supposed to show up at work at 8 this morning, you still got time to call your boss and just say, my cat's been acting strange, and I need to stay home today.
Yeah, flat tire. I got a little cough. Something is coming on, and Don Day will write you a note.
I will write a note.
This is a don't want to miss it kind of day outside. Thanks, Don. Day weather forecast. Yeah, beautiful across the state. Despite what your cat may be washing or what your cows are doing out on the back 40, don't listen to them. This day is bulletproof. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll be right back.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team. Wait.
Cowboy State Daily Show Wednesday. Don Day is checking his weather cats. It's all you need to know. If your cat is cold, it's probably winter. If your cat is stretched out and he's panting, it's hot. It's a hot summer day. And if your cat is wet, it's raining. If your cat is washing behind his ears, it's going to rain. No, kid. Cows, too. Cows laying down brings rain. Here's a couple of stories from health and wellness. Good news on this front. For those of you trying to get your steps in, scientists say 10,000 steps, that's a myth. That's an overshoot. You don't need that many. I like these scientists. Yeah. I'm an armchair scientist myself. Actually, I'm just armchair anything, as long as it involves an armchair. 10,000 steps sounds like a lot. And it is. Sometimes scientists say you don't need that many in order to avoid reduce risk of early death. We're talking about cardio, anything, cardiac arrest, stroke, just the buildup of fat. Like, to be healthy, the notion that you got to get your steps in to the tune of 10,000, your watch doesn't know everything. And your watch is overshooting it by about 6,000 steps. According to scientists, 4,000 steps a day is the new 10,000. It sounds like we're becoming healthier Americans or bigger Americans. I don't know. Whoever found these scientists and whatever we paid them, I think it's just more to make us feel better. But those who achieve 4,000 steps a day, there was science done to this, science involved in this. And the study involved older women in particular, and especially those who were fairly sedentary, those who didn't lead a terribly active life. And the research was trying to find out whether, 10,000 is probably not achievable for a certain age group or gender group. So What if they did less? What if they did at least 4,000? And what scientists found out is 4,000 steps a day, or even 4,000 steps every other day, had a 26% lower risk of death from any and all causes, and 27% lower heart disease risk. This study must have been done over a certain period of time, because how many did it involve? I'm going to try to find out. Because how do they know if they must have had, compared it to a group that didn't walk 4,000 steps and then see who dies? 26% lower risk of death. So the test group that didn't walk had people dying off, I would imagine. It was a Harvard University study. So, okay, this is a for real study. Harvard's like a big college, right? That's like a major Ivy League school. This isn't some fly-by-night Arizona State University study. And the study was published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine. Okay, it included 13,547 women that were aged around 72. So this is good news for some of us who found 10,000 was a little bit of a high bar. Scientists say walking 10,000 steps is a myth. Here's how many you really need. And take it from me, take it from Harvard, take it from the British Journal of Medicine. You only need 4,000 steps a day. After all, it's not like we're getting fat eating lunch. Nobody's eating lunch anymore at work. Another study found that more than half of employed Americans now say that they don't take lunch, or if they do, they just do a quick brought it from home bag lunch at their desk. No more are we doing those 3-hour cocktail Mad Men advertising business luncheons. Those are over. If you were to watch Mad Men, Don Draper, portrayed by John Hamm in Mad Men, you would get the idea. There was a time in America in a certain time period where the 2-hour martini lunch was for real. And it involved probably very little eating and a whole lot of drinking. But nobody's doing that anymore. Nobody's even taking the full hour, according to this study. I don't know about you. Maybe you can chime in with your lunch habits. If you've got a 9 to 5 or an 8 to 4, whatever your job is, regular work day, do you get time off for lunch? That was one question asked in this study. Does your business give you the time off for lunch? Is that paid time or not paid? And do you even take it? And the majority said they don't go out to lunch anymore with anyone. There's just too much. The availability of fast food makes a sit-down 1-hour lunch like, no. Nobody's got time for it. Some people said, when they're working, they're in a groove and they don't want to stop for lunch just because it's noon. Because other studies show we don't start working till about 10:30. We get in at 8, but from 8 to 10, that's mostly, scrolling Facebook and whatever. Especially on Mondays, right? You get to the office on on Wednesday. What's the most productive day of the week? I think they found it was Tuesday, because we totally blow off Mondays. We had the whole weekend where we weren't working, but we all know the weekend's not enough. and we come dragging butt into the office on Monday, and you don't feel like doing anything. So Monday's shot. You only really get into a work groove kind of in the afternoon, but it's too late. Monday's gone. I think they found the most productive weekday is Tuesday because we feel all the guilt, all the work we didn't do over the weekend. We're like, boy, I really got to kick it in gear here. And Tuesday and probably Wednesday's hump day. We're just sad on Wednesday. Friday, forget it. We're checked out. We're already living, we're thinking of the chores we got to do or the elk we're going to chase or the golf balls we're going to hit. What Friday's a loss. Friday's like a field trip in high school. Like there's no learning going on a Friday. You're checked out. There's no work going on. I think the most productive day is Tuesday. But no matter what the day of the week, we're not doing lunch. And most people said it's because they don't have the time. Rhea, a 28-year-old, works in corporate administration, used to eat a company-mandated hour-long lunch at the cafeteria in her Texas office building. But these days, she doesn't even go there anymore. She brings her lunch from home. It's usually more affordable, healthier, and more convenient and quicker. And she spends the rest of her mandated lunch hour working out in the company's gym or going outside. If you're a cigarette smoker, that's what you're doing. Very few people took a traditional 1 hour lunch anymore. Most people, I think 55% just eat quickly at their desk. What percentage meet others for lunch? In other words, that traditional 2 hour martini lunch, 12%. How many go out on their own? Quick trip to McDonald's, 29%. How many go home during the lunch hour? That's almost unheard of anymore. You got to go home, let the dog out maybe? I know people that do that. But only 8% of us responding to this survey said we went home during lunch. The majority, 55%, just eat a quick lunch at our desk, probably while we continue to work. And certainly many people who don't get a lunch hour, and if you take it, it's not paid. Some people just blow right through it because you'd rather get out of work at 4 than 5, right? Yeah, nobody's eating lunch and nobody's walking no 10,000 steps. We are reinventing the world here on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Andrew Rossi will be with us momentarily.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood.
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. how to safely build a fire, how to control the flames, what to do with hot coals, how to secure your chains,
There's no sparks.
but I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Rossi's here. Rossi on the radio. Andrew.
Morning, Jake.
I want to have supper with you at Cassie's. Maybe order a hooker to go. I also, well, that's the old days. It's not the new Cassie's. I also want to get a team together. As I've said on this show, everything can be brought back to two movies. I forget one of them, but one of them is the one where Bruce Willis goes out on the comet that's going to kill Earth and drills into it and breaks it up.
Armageddon.
Dude, I want to get Bruce Willis and his team together and go drill and make some money off this comet that's got like a whole bunch of nickel on it.
Well, good luck with that, because it's not coming anywhere near Earth, so you need a hell of a space shuttle to get it there.
Wait a minute. Your story I found interesting. New comet, and this is not the killer comet that we're all worried about, the 3I Atlas or whatever that is. Well, I mean, that thing's going to wipe us out. This one is a nice comet, and it brings gifts. It comes bearing great gifts. It's 7 billion years old, perhaps, and contains 455 trillion worth of nickel. How do we even know that?
You can tell it by monitoring as it's going through the sky. NASA scientists have been observing its color and using a spectrometry or some sort of measurement to get an idea of what its output is in terms of like what's it outgassing as it passes by the sun. Because as comets get close to the sun, the energy vaporizes their surface, and since they're dirty snowballs, the stuff that's in the snowball just starts to melt away. So that's how they got an approximate determination based on everything that they're observing, that it looks like it's more nickel than anything else, which is unusual because most of the comets and asteroids that we observed are iron-based, but they're based in our solar system. They originated around the same time that our solar system formed. This is an interstellar comet, which means it came from regions hitherto unknown and is just passing through our neighborhood. So its composition is entirely different than what astronomers would expect.
Oh, so, and not a neighborhood comet, not a local. We're on the express with this one. Okay, so there's no way we can get to it and get nickel off it, you and I or anybody else. Dang.
Unfortunately not. It's too far away. I think it's going to make its closest approach to the sun. It's still going to be further than the distance from the Earth to the sun. So that was one of the things when I submitted the story. They're like, well, can we tell people when we're going to see it? And it's like, you can't really see it. It's not going to be that visible. It's not like, certainly not like Halley's Comet, but there's just not going to be a good opportunity to see this thing in the night sky. But what's cool about it is that, as I said, it's an interstellar comet. It's not from our solar system, and it's only the third one of its kind that's ever been observed.
Yeah, and that seems to be of late where this is the third time we found a comet that, like, where did this come from? Far away comet. How do they know that? Because it's not on any orbit or what?
Yeah, orbit has something to do with it. They think it's possible this might be the first time this comet's ever had a tail before because it's passing by a star for the first time. And again, just the way that its composition is put together suggests that it's just a lot older than everything else that we've seen. And it didn't originate, it doesn't have the same sort of composition. Because again, it's like everything in our neighborhood, they might be different, but there's a pattern that you can recognize in terms of how they formed and what makes them up. And that this comet just defies all logic in that sense. So the only explanation has to be that it came from elsewhere.
All right. We won't waste our time, money, and effort on trying to get to this comet, but we should call Bruce Willis, get a team together, and try to get the 3-Eye Atlas. That's the one that's going to smash us. That's the one that's behaving uncomet-like, right? Didn't scientists say this thing not only has a tail, it has a headlight? It's acting weird. Some say it's even an alien spaceship. Is this the one that we're talking about?
I've heard of rumors of the sort. I mean, but anytime you see a celestial object that NASA scientists are kind of perplexed by, it turns into some alien origin sort of thing.
Yeah.
So you got to take that with fistfuls of salt.
Got it. But it is a real thing. And is there anything unusual about it? Is it going to come kind of close to us, and when?
In theory, it's going to get close enough that we might be able to spot it. The way that its trajectory is going, it's going to be mostly visible along the equator or the southern hemisphere. But again, the interesting thing about this comet is that it is another interstellar thing. So we believe then that Earth or our solar system is passing through an interstellar field of debris. So we might see more of these objects as we go through, and they're just going to tell us more information about the history of the universe and our own place within it. So might not have that much viewing potential, though if people want to spot it, it will be visible if you know where to look. But it's just another cool example of what's out there, and that so many of these things are found immediately and quickly. It's not like we have thousands of years of precedent to anticipate these things. We're seeing new comets all the time.
Yeah. And that's what scares me most. When as far out as our telescopes can look, we discover a comet that's going to be here in like a couple of months. Where were these amateur scientists? We need to see these things farther out. We need to get a team together to go blow it up.
Well, I think that it's an actual line from Armageddon. It's a pretty big sky, sir.
I love it. Everything comes back to that movie. Okay, some things that we should be seeing, not necessarily in the night sky, but like right in front of you when you're driving in winter, is a snowplow. How many snowplows got run into last winter? It happens all the time. Plows are working and they throw up just a cloud of snow, and they are hard to see. Blue light is hard to see. What is the state doing with these new snowplows? They look futuristic. They look Star Warsy.
Well, I've got the statistics right here since you mentioned them. So in winter 24-25, there were 15 snowplow strikes. The winter before that, there were 13. The winter before that, 25. Then winter 21-22, 18, 20, 21, 26. So there's a lot of strikes on snowplows every year. And there's an average of 8 between 2014 and 2019. So WYDOT is investing in these new LED whip lights and other green lights because green, it's evolutionary science in action. Green is one of the first colors that we evolved to see, so it's one of the easiest colors for us to pick up. So what WYDOT is taking a bet on, there's no guarantee, but they're betting that green lights are going to be easier for people to see and recognize than the flashing blue lights that they've had in the past. So it is a bit of an experiment, but other states have implemented green lights on their plow trucks, and plow drivers in Wyoming actually suggested that we try green on our trucks. So that's what we're going for.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that alone is the reason why WYDOT's running $400 million in the red. Is they're constantly fixing their snowplows. They're in the shop all the time. I can't believe how many get hit. But green looks like it'll work. That looks bright. Like, I think I would see that.
Yeah, the thing that comes up, though, is that, like, there are accidents that happen. We've reported on accidents where people lose control and slide into plows. But when you talk to WYDOT about it, they'll say the main thing that causes these accidents is just driver inattention and impatience. They get stuck behind a plow, they want to pass it, and then they don't recognize that, especially these wing plows, they're jutting out anywhere from 6 to 8 feet from the actual vehicle. So the plows are a lot bigger and cover a much wider area than most people expect. And these incidents happen when people decide, I don't want to stay behind the safe plow that's sanding the road and clearing the snow off it because it's going too slow. If the plow can safely turn off, it will. But until then, the safest place you can be is right behind it, regardless of how fast or slow it's going.
Very true. Words of wisdom from Andrew Rossi. Andrew, let's talk about those petroglyphs and some of these sensitive archaeological sites. I have seen certain petroglyphs, probably the ones that you're talking about in this story outside of DuBois in the Ring and Torrey Lake area. I don't want to be specific, neither do authorities. Game and Fish doesn't want to give anybody any kind of bad idea about going in there being a copycat goofball, but some people have been destroying these things and taking these things from archaeological sites.
Yeah, it's difficult because we really don't know exactly what's happened or what's been taken, but the indication is that there has been some kind of permanent damage caused and that they are trying to identify it. And if they announce that there's a $10,000 bounty for information that leads to a conviction right off the bat, I can't speak from experience, but to me, that's an indication that the incident is pretty serious and they want answers to offer that just as soon as they put it out there that the vandalism occurred at all.
Yeah, I mean, $10,000 worth of important. Yeah, that tells you something. And details are slim on purpose. One, we don't want everybody and his brother going there. And two, we don't want to give any kind of info as to what it was, because if somebody does come forward, they need to know that intimate knowledge of what happened. They need to know, oh, yeah, it was my brother, and he chipped off a piece of that petroglyph and took it home. Like, yeah. I hope we find out something. People just have too much time and not enough sense. It's just terrible when stuff like that happens.
Exactly. And it's the same with, anything like that, is that if somebody comes from the paleontological world, knows something about archaeology, the context of the artifacts that we recover is so crucially important, because if you find something, if you decide you're going to take it home with you, then you can tell people all the livelong day where you found it, when you found it. But if you can't, get us back to the exact place where you put it, we lose a lot of information. And even if you can point to the exact place where it came from, we lose the orientation of how the item was positioned in the rock or in the sediment that you found it in. We lose the context of other associated items. We might not even be able to identify what the object is out of context. So when you find something, it's best to leave it where it is and let the professionals figure that out. I mean, you might get a pretty arrowhead, but that pretty arrowhead could be a revolutionary discovery that has been lost to the world and its context can't be reclaimed. It's not like you can just, go back and get a receipt for what you found. Yeah. Once it's out, it's gone forever.
I've found some cool stuff. I came upon sites like that in the deserts in Utah. I've found petroglyphs in the Red Desert in Wyoming. And sometimes it's local now. Only the locals know, and it's probably better kept that way, because when you put it out in tourist books, when you put it out on Google Maps and other software where everybody can find such and such, petroglyph site, then that invites yahoos, and sometimes it might be better to keep it on the down low.
Yeah, they're cultural items, and they're meant for everybody to enjoy on our public lands and our private lands as well. So if people take them, it's just selfish.
Yeah. Cassie's, I think this old place, you can't miss it when you're driving through Cody. Cassie's is Cody. I mean, I can't imagine a Cody without it. We know they've had troubled times of late, and maybe this is the way forward. Cody businesses really join forces to help Cassie's in the next chapter.
Yeah, one of my go-to Cody businesses. I go to Cody Craft Brewing in Wyodo all the time. They have a trivia night on Tuesdays that my team likes to go to. But yeah, the owners of those businesses decided that they were ready to take on Cassie's. They signed a long-term lease, so they're going to be operating all the business side of things out of the original structure. And they're in the process of doing something I can't imagine has happened often in Cassie's history, which is a complete, just like, not a gutting of the facility, but they're doing a deep clean of everything. They're trying to refurbish everything, really give it the upgrade that it needs. And that's a way of bringing it into the 21st century and is showing people we want to build the new Cassies on the foundation and the history of the old Cassies while still, upping the ante in the ways that we can. So it's going to go back to what it was when it was most successful. It's going to be a simple steakhouse. Choose your cut of meat, choose your type of potato, how you want it done, choose your vegetable side, get on the dance floor for some country line dancing. And that's the core of what people love about Cassie's. And that's what they're determined to resurrect and bring back. So if we want to get dinner at Cassie's, Jake, we absolutely can, but we're going to have to wait until at least summer of next year before we can make a reservation.
So not going to be ready for me when I get there Friday. I'm going to look you up. We won't book a dinner at Cassie's, but I will soon. I'm going to be up there to watch football when the Bronx and Bronx play high school football this Friday in Cody. That's great news from Cassie's. I saw on your Facebook story of it. Most people were totally encouraged. They love Cassie's. They love the tradition. Some people say, man, Cassie's needs a lot of work. I would never eat there. It's kind of gross. So that's why they are fixing it from the inside out. Great news.
Yep, it's a mix of both. People are very excited, and the owners know it needs a lot of work to get up and going, but we're in the position where both of those things are happening.
Love it. Have a great weekend. I'll see you up there. I'm not going to have a lot of time, but maybe you could be my color guy for football.
Hit me up.
All right. We got a break for news. Thanks, Andrew.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Wyoming Capitol building was evacuated and locked down on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports what authorities found.
They encountered what they suspected of being an IED, or an improvised explosive device. Out of precaution, they evacuated the Capitol. The front of the Capitol here is roped off, and it looks as though there are some crews examining the front steps of the Capitol.
In addition to the Wyoming Highway Patrol, agencies responding included the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation, Laramie County Sheriff's Office, and a joint bomb squad operated by the LCSO and Cheyenne Police Department. The investigation is ongoing. A hunter shot and killed a grizzly in self-defense in the Island Park, Idaho area south of Yellowstone National Park early Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports this isn't an isolated incident.
This is the third year in a row that's happened in this area. This attack, was Saturday, middle of October. The other two in 2024 and in 2023, both times on September 1st. Bears, same thing. Grizzly charged hunters and was shot and killed. I talked to a grizzly bear conflict specialist. He said, yeah, it's this sort of thing that happens during hunting season.
The hunter was cleared of any wrongdoing by the agency. Wyoming Game and Fish tells Cowboy State Daily that hunters should always be bear aware when hunting, always carry and know how to deploy bear spray or have a firearm in case of an attack. After the Weston County Clerk failed to show for a Wyoming Legislative Committee's subpoena, the panel chair on Tuesday said he would seek a court order compelling her to testify at a later meeting. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Weston County Clerk Becky Hadlock didn't appear for the September 29th meeting, even though she was subpoenaed of a legislative subcommittee tasked with investigating her office's mishandling of two races in the 2024 general election.
Back in July, the Management Audit Committee subpoenaed Becky Hadlock, saying they wanted to hear testimony from her about the botched 2024 election in Weston County. And in September, for the subcommittee's actual meeting where she was supposed to show, she didn't. But then the Management Audit Committee met again Tuesday, and they were like, okay, so next step is we're going to call for a court order to compel her appearance.
Now, if the Natrona County District Attorney's Office prosecutes Hadlock and she's convicted, she could face up to 6 months in jail and $100 in fines. I'll be back with more news from Cowboy State Daily right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
A Cody man accused of stalking his ex-wife and hoarding homemade explosives has pleaded guilty to 2 federal firearm charges in a plea deal. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports Randall Bailey faces sentencing in January on weapons charges.
In 2024, he violated a protective order, and when the police searched his house, they recovered a cache of 30 weapons, 2 pipe bombs, and some other items like a silencer was on a handgun. They had to call the bomb squad out to take the 2 pipe bombs away.
State charges are on hold as Bailey was indicted by a federal grand jury in July. He's scheduled to be sentenced January 6, 2026 in Casper. Over 800 full-time Wyoming National Guard employees are working for free under the federal government shutdown. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they're entitled to back pay, but nobody knows when that will be.
The Adjutant General testified on Monday like there's no end in sight. We don't know. And he also testified that this is in addition to other funding woes, such as the continuing resolution cut back on Army funds, prompting a hiring freeze. And also if the military budget bill passes in accordance with Trump's budget, they'll actually continue to see there'll be 9 more positions short in addition to the 66 they've already frozen out.
Major General Gregory Porter, Wyoming National Guard Adjutant General, told the Legislative Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee during its meeting in Cheyenne that he had accepted all those employees from being furloughed, keeping them at work because all the duties they performed are deemed essential. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Wednesday, October 22. A lot of stuff happened this day in history. We're going to get to that in a moment. It's a busy day in history. Busy day today as well. We got a lot of special guests we're getting to. This hour, Franz Fuchs is going to join us from the Wyoming Department of Health. Jared Petrino, we're going to talk Cowboy football, border war weekend. It doesn't feel like it has the same usual height to it. Both these teams coming limping into the game off losses that they'd rather forget. Hawaii beat the stuffing out of the Sheep last weekend, and Wyoming found yet another way to lose one. Oh, man, that Air Force game, I just want to forget that. So is the border war going to have its luster? Because this is the last time. Colorado State University leaving the conference. So this is technically the final border war, 117th and final. Wow. And I feel it's just not the same. I don't feel the same buzz, the same smack talk going on. I don't know. Let's ask Claire what she thinks. Claire McFarland, you feel like this is an important border war, or are you going to just give us a blank stare like, what is the border war?
Talking about sports ball.
Yes, we're talking sports ball again.
Ew.
I know. All right. Well,
you know what? I like to watch, when I watch football,
yeah.
I like to watch and see how their running form is.
Did you know? Yeah, you're running for what because they're running in cleats. They're not running in their sandals, girl.
Some of them have beautiful running form.
Yeah. You know who the best running form, I think, besides the football sports guys, is gymnastics. When the ladies run at the pommel, or they run good, like pumping knees, elbow, like this. Mm-hmm. You know, speaking of form, I read today, there's a story today in some bizarre magazine that you can tell whether a guy is tough by how he walks. They did a study. They had people look at the walking style of men, all of different shapes and sizes. And every time people identified those who, feel like they're holding some imaginary thing under their armpits and they walk like this deal because they're so those are the tough guys. Duh. Chest out.
Definitely tough because it's not the same. I've known some absolute like psychological giants, like mental giants that can handle enormous strain and still be kind to others. What kind of toughness here?
Yeah, what kind of toughness? Yeah, okay. So let's go to Supreme Court. Corner crossing. You found out. You found out just sort of quietly in the dead of night. Supreme Court, the Supreme Court, SCOTUS has no interest in the corner crossing case. They passed on that. So now we can corner hop. We can corner jump throughout the country. Although I don't know that
much of the West. Don't do it in Montana. Much of the West. Okay. It's uncertain in Montana.
Oh.
But yeah, I believe the wording is much of the West, and it does make the other courts go, wait, what's going on there? So it does do that.
Yeah. So, I mean, who has checkerboardy land like Wyoming? Do others? Because that came about largely because of the railroad. I mean, well, who has land like this?
I don't know about other states. There's a crap ton of checkerboard here in Fremont County because of some back and forth policies on how to handle the reservation. Oh. We're going to do this with the reservation. We're going to do that with the reservation. And so you have this, like one time I went and shot a photo like of something that was happening on the reservation. And someone was like, that's not the reservation. I'm like, yeah, actually it is, even though it's behind the Riverton Cemetery.
You need a GPS to say, yes, it is the reservation.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. When people think reservation, they think down by the river, beyond the river. But actually, there's also just, splat.
The continuing saga in Weston County, Becky Hadlack, the last time we checked in, she kind of botched a little bit that 2024 election, didn't come clean about it. In fact, the post audit didn't even mention it. And then we asked her to appear. Well, we didn't ask. We really compelled her sort of to appear. We gave her a subpoena. That's an invite you don't want to refuse. She blew that off. And now Governor Gordon is back to investigating her. What's the latest on the Weston County clerk?
This thing. So looking at that law, so I don't know whether the people who voted in favor of issued that subpoena, maybe they had, maybe they hadn't. I don't know whether they had read through. So there's a lot of shalls in there. So like maybe they just thought, I don't know. Maybe they just thought she's going to show. We're going to hear from her. We're going to get to the bottom of this. But what happens because she didn't show? There's shalls, like the Chairman Knapp, shall report this to the DA. Shall ask for a court order. The court order language, I'm not sure. I think a lawyer could argue either way, whether it just hinges on her not showing or whether it hinges on a conviction of her not showing. But either way, it's at some point you shall get a court order to secure her appearance. And so now it's like the law potentially the law has taken over, right?
Yeah.
And again, you could argue on that second point, whether this court order thing was premature or not, whether it needed a conviction or not. But still, like we're seeing to where you've invoked this law and now you have to follow the rest of it. You invoked A, you got to follow B and C too.
Yes. And our other lawyer besides Cassie Craven and Claire
She's not our lawyer.
McFarland.
No. Cassie Craven's freelance columnist. Our other lawyer.
No, I'm just saying the other lawyers we would ever talk to, you, who are, I'm counting you as a lawyer, and Tom Lubnow.
Tom Lubnow.
Tom explained in his column that it's not good to blow off a subpoena. I wanted to ask you, are we not living in the past when we see the penalties for certain things and they don't seem to jive? Like for blowing off the subpoena, Becky Hadlock could be facing 6 months in prison or $100 fine. Like the $100 fine is chump change.
It's and.
Oh, all right. Like
maximum. Jake, you're going to make me talk about upcoming stories, and that's bad luck.
Oh, really?
That's bad luck. I have a story I'm working on.
Really?
It'll follow today.
Well,
I don't know what's chump change, but
well, whenever I see a fine compared to a potential prison sentence, they don't say. I would assume that back when they were established, it was, you're going to be out of work for 6 months, or, being out of work would cost you $100. Like, they don't seem to be the same. The punishment of $100 fine, most people reach in their pocket and pay that on the spot, like bribe chump change. Money you find in your couch
so
cushion.
Setting aside that you said bribe, I will just tell you. So the management audit committee, excited. She's talking about her upcoming story. Yesterday, they passed into law. They advanced legislation that would bring that to $750, and that's in line. That's in line with a lot of misdemeanors you see, 6 months and $750. So she could face, potentially, if the worked out to where the court system decided that this was absolutely atrocious, 6 months in jail and a $750 fine. We won't see that. Just anecdotally, covering courts and crime long time, you won't see that. First offender, politically controversial thing. You're not going to see Becky Hadlock in jail for 6 months. But it is still my duty to let the reader know that maximum penalty.
Yeah, and I know Governor Gordon has said that, yes, he found some mistake, but he didn't want to get involved in removing someone who was elected. He's like, that's a Weston County deal. But at this point, Becky Hadlock is jeopardizing the next election if she wants to continue to be county clerk. Like, I don't know. Let's move to one last story. She gave him tree fitty. Is that where you were getting that? Did you ever see that? What is that? Cartman? No. She gave him tree fitty.
I'm lost. Sorry.
Yeah. Most people are lost when I start talking. Let's go. Was there anything of importance? The National Guard working without paychecks? It's tough all over on federal employees.
Yeah, I don't know. That was...
Okay, I got one for you. So somebody did ask this.
Okay. Reader question. I'm ready.
Yes, a reader question, a listener question. People ask, okay, if this bill goes through, it was 11-1 through committee. We'll yet to see whether it's introduced in the budget session. That would allow Wyoming police to ticket non-English speaking truckers, presumably if they're pulled over for missing a taillight or whatever. I don't know if you can profile. I bet that guy don't speak English. You would find out when the cops walk up to your window and ask the very first question, which they always do. Do you have any idea why I pulled you over? If the answer is "niet," you might have something here. So then you cite the dude. And then can he drive away?
No, they would. There's a and I believe I wrote this.
Oh, maybe you did.
I believe I wrote, if you reading past the headline is just this valuable skill.
Claire.
That
This is why I have you on, so I don't have to read that far. You're right.
So yeah, I believe it's the first offense is a $1,000 fine, and you can't drive in the state again until you can demonstrate. Can't drive commercial vehicle in the state. This is my gnome, my child.
Yeah.
I like gnomes, and this is like a fearsome magician gnome Skylander thing that might. So I'm gesturing at you with the gnome. Whoa, stay on course. So you can't drive in the state again until you demonstrate that English proficiency for commercial vehicle. And then the second offense is like more fines and potential for jail.
Okay, but
90 days.
That clears it up right up into the point where we still have an 18-wheeler sitting on the side of the road with his flashers on. Can he drive away from the incident?
Yeah, but then you can go and you can just follow him, and then he's on the hook for jail time. Yeah, I think what they're doing now, because the sheriff's deputy can't do this now, but a federally certified Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper.
Oh,
and they're working on getting them all federally certified. They can pull you from the road. They can pull you from service if you're doing this right now. So this bill would expand town cops, sheriff's deputies, troopers that aren't federally certified.
Okay. I wondered that because I thought we could already do that. Okay, that's good. All right.
And I think right now, just from testimony and prior interviews, I think they'll call the company, be like, hey, your truck is here. Can you send someone who can speak English to drive it? And I think that's generally, I think that's generally, and I think a lot of these pull from service encounters are happening at the ports of entry.
Oh, yeah.
So it's kind of I know they had a big sting, northern Colorado, southern Wyoming recently, where they like netted a bunch of people, including non-English proficient drivers. But I think a lot of those happen. If this law were to pass, I don't know. Maybe a lot of those happen in like Wheatland or Rock Springs or wherever. I don't know. But a lot of it right now, port of entry.
Our expert lawyer and sports ball analyst, Claire McFarland, she enjoys watching football players run efficiently.
Yeah, when they had that Marshawn Lynch guy, I could watch him run.
Yeah.
I could watch him run forever.
Gale Sayers back in the day was beautiful. He was beautiful to watch run. There is an art, there's a beauty in football. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you. Bye.
Claire McFarland, I don't know how beautiful the game is going to be this Saturday because it was ugly last Saturday with the Wyoming Cowboys. But the border war is on, and Jared Petrino will be with us shortly to talk college football. Let's take a break here and get Franz Fuchs into the discussion right after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. And we bring into the discussion Franz Fuchs, not the Austrian mass murderer, of course. He's probably heard that before. Franz. I alternate between Franz and Franz like regularly. I can't seem to pick one. Do you prefer one or the other?
Yeah, normally it's Franz, but if you want to be real German about it, it's Franz. So you got to get the back of the throat thing going on. Yeah. You're right about the... You can see I have both my hands, so I'm definitely not that Austrian mass murderer.
Not that guy.
Famously blew off his hands in a jail cell or something. So
this, if you Google, Franz. Okay, I can't do it with the German guttural, but I will disclose that Franz is kind of the newish. I think it happened back in May. Deputy Director of Wyoming Department of Health. What does that mean? You were previously. You were like a liaison with anything that happened legislative-wise with Wyoming Department of Health, which is kind of what we're going to talk about, laws and health. And
Yeah, I started 10 years ago when I was in short pants as an analyst. And so I've done a lot of data and stats, and that kind of translated into, trying to be able to communicate that with legislative audiences. And so that's kind of where I came from.
So we're in a day and age where we're seeing a lot of rural healthcare, like hospitals and Wyoming is like 80% rural. I mean, all of Wyoming is rural pretty much. And hospitals are having a tough time existing. And the rare story is the Pinedale Sublette County Health. We just cut the ribbon on that place. That's a great success story. But for the most part, rural and health, boy, they don't go together too well. And then we have the big, beautiful Bill Act. And then there's this big rural health transformation going on. And you've been holding a bunch of town halls trying to gather intel. What's happening? What's in the big, beautiful bill that concerns potential help for Wyoming rural health care?
Sure. Yeah. So there are a lot of parts to that bill. It's really obviously very big, right?
Yeah.
But the part that's kind of relevant for us is this, what's called the Rural Health Transformation Fund. And so Congress appropriated about $50 billion for all 50 states that successfully apply for this funding. And so, we could see potentially somewhere between $500 and $700-ish million if our application's approved. And, that funding is really intended to, it's not really intended to kind of preserve the status quo. It's really trying to transform how rural healthcare is delivered in ways that make it more sustainable for the long run and try to improve people's health. So we are definitely focusing a lot on, in this application, on hospitals, on EMS. That's a big concern for folks, being able to call 911 and have an ambulance show up, right? People, we take that for granted in places like Cheyenne, but it's really kind of can be pretty spotty in other places. So that EMS, hospitals, just the basics, really just trying to get that basic safety net shored up is a real big focus of this our application.
Yeah, for instance, like you've taken extensive notes in what you learn from these in-person town hall meetings. I just checked out one, just clicked on one, and when you met the folks in Wheatland, one of the things they were concerned with is, man, we got to drive a long way just to do simple, procedures that we have scheduled. It's too far to go. You're learning a lot. Are you learning all this stuff so you can prove to the feds we need 700 million, not 500 million? Like, is that you have to show a certain something?
It's more about demonstrating that we are really focusing this application on Wyoming's priorities. We're not trying to necessarily get the most money. I mean, that would be nice, but we're not trying to like tailor the application to like make it so we get the most, right? It's really trying to say, hey, we tried to listen. We went to rural Wyoming communities. We gathered a list of about 33 consolidated themes that we heard around the state in these 11 meetings. And then we had that online survey where we kind of asked people to kind of rank them and say, hey, what's more important to you, A or B, right? And we kind of had a series of those questions. And at the end of the day, I mean, at the top five, right? One is improve financial viability of small rural hospitals. 2, expand affordable health insurance options. 3, recruit and retain primary care physicians. 4, train and recruit more nurses. And 5 is obstetric and labor and delivery. So these are like really basic, like people just really want the basics, right? Like almost like basic infrastructure in their communities. And those rose to the top as far as our priorities go.
Finding an OBGYN and paying for one. I mean, this is top 5 stuff. We hear this over and over. What can Wyoming Department of Health do about insurance providers? I mean, they're leaving the state. We're down to like the last 2, I think.
Yeah, and there's a whole drama now in Congress now with the subsidies, right? The Affordable Care Act. So
yes,
we're down to basically, there's one new entrant on the exchange, but basically it's Blue Cross and United Healthcare on the exchange. They're figuring a base 20% rise in premiums, right? So that's just basic, and that's not including, if the subsidies, for example, expire, a lot of people are going to find, it's not worth it to buy health insurance. I mean, they may be pretty healthy. They may feel like they don't need it. And so they'll leave, right? And so that leaves the sicker people on the exchange. And so that can kind of create a spiral where you get increasing premiums, which drive off more healthy people. And that's kind of the risk I think we face. You're right. The Department of Health doesn't really control any of that, right? So what can we really do to do something about affordable health insurance? Even that was like our number 2 concern on the survey. This funding is pretty limited, so it really is not necessarily intended to subsidize or replace the subsidies. We've got a couple interesting ideas that we're putting in this application, and certainly don't want to get ahead of my skis. This application is going to the governor for review next week, right? So I don't want to spill the beans on any of that, but we are trying to address a little piece of that with what we can.
That's good. WDH, what are you doing as far as trying to attract more people to Wyoming, especially nurses? We saw during COVID the strain on front first care providers, everybody. That put a real strain on everyone. And now people are leaving the industry. How do we get more nurses? How do we encourage people to be in the medical field?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And we are focusing a big piece of this on workforce. So there's kind of 4 major components to this application, with one that being that hospital EMS thing. Workforce is definitely a very strong piece of this. And so we're really looking at supply, increasing workforce supply. So during CARES and ARPA, when all the federal money was like raining from the sky during post-COVID, a lot of that money was spent on like retention bonuses and trying to potentially loan forgiveness. So we're kind of trying to poach providers from other states, trying to keep providers where they were. We're taking a little bit of a different tack in this application of really trying to focus on the training and education and really trying to grow the pipeline of workforce. So starting with high school, right? Like trying to get kids, this is what the healthcare field looks like. This is, if you want to go into healthcare, here's where you start. Here's kind of what the ladder looks like, right? And starting with, the basics, like if you're getting your CNA, if you're looking into long-term care, direct care, and then how that goes to your nurse level type credentials and so on. But also looking at EMS, right? What's the career ladder look for from maybe emergency room technician to paramedic, or behavioral health, right? If you're looking at, counseling. So we're really trying to look at this funding at building a pipeline, and then also attaching scholarships and stipends to people so it makes it a lot more affordable to kind of get that training. And then when we attach to that money, a 5-year service obligation. So the idea is really focusing on supply and then having that 5-year service obligation to keep people in Wyoming in communities that really need it the most.
We're talking to Deputy Director of Wyoming Department of Health, Franz Fuchs, and we're talking about the Rural Health Transformation Program and how Wyoming is building its application. Throughout September, there was a bunch of in-person meetings in Newcastle, Wheatland, Powell, Buffalo, Lander, also online virtual meetings, and then just statewide survey. Where are you in the information gathering? Are we done? Is there still time to make our voice heard?
So we do, of course, we'll take, listen to emails, listen to comments, but yeah, we're mostly done with the information gathering part, just because we don't have the time. This timeline was extremely compressed. We got the notice of funding, which is kind of how the federal government puts out the guidance for the application, in mid-September. And we were doing all those town halls, and the application's due November 5th. And so obviously we want to give the governor some time to review it. So really pretty much this application has to be written, done by Monday, Tuesday next week. And so there's not a lot of time to add more ornaments to the tree or change things in the application at this point. But so we would just need to write it, and it's who's got two thumbs and is writing the application, right? So we're in a good place, but it's definitely been an effort.
Now, you said, in this big, beautiful bill, there's funding for all 50 states for this rural health transformation program. What other states? I don't know if you can speak on other states, but how does Wyoming stack up as far as its ruralness? I mean, imagine some states that, how much rural money do they need? We should get more of it. I'm stumping for you, Franz, but
I hear you, yeah.
Wyoming's particularly challenged. We got to drive 3 hours for anything.
Yeah, and what we're framing in the application is not just rural, right? We have frontier, like that's the categorization of areas. Like the vast majority of the state, half the people in the state live in a not even just rural, but a frontier setting. And so we're trying to point that out. But the application, the funding is going to be scored in a couple different ways. So one is there are like those data-driven factors, like what percent of your population is rural, but it also does deal with absolutes, right? Absolute counts of people, and we while we are a very rural state, like California has probably more rural people than we do, just in terms of absolute numbers, right? If you count like people living in northern central California, right? So that's a factor, and so we may, just on a population basis, we may not see a ton because it's kind of weighted toward that population absolute count number. But there also are things like state policy actions we can take. So they're really heavily incentivizing the state to adopt things. Like you may have heard about the SNAP waiver, the food stamps to restrict, candy and soft drinks that came up in joint labor last week. That's a policy action that we can get credit for, right? We can get a certain percentage number of points on our scoring if we adopt that successfully. Or bringing back the presidential fitness test. I mean, I remember like the sit and reach, and the climbing the ropes in middle school, that kind of thing. That's bringing that back, right? So that would be worth a number of points. There's other things like scope of practice, like trying to deregulate scope of practice somewhat, that are more contentious, and that's going to be the legislature, deciding those kind of things. But we're going to commit to at least bringing the issue forward, and hopefully we get some partial credit for those score factors as well.
And when this application lands back on the desk in D.C., there's going to be nobody there to read it because they're in a government shutdown. I heard even SNAP is threatened when we get to November. The funds, like, oh man,
that dries up. Yeah, it's pretty. So for the bureaucrats that are reviewing these applications are working. They are apparently essential. So we've been told that the timeline is still good to go.
Okay, good. So Franz, when you're finally done with this and you hit the deadline, you turn it in, and you can book 2 weeks in Belize, I would imagine. Job done. No, what else do you do at Wyoming Department of Health? What are you busy with? You just took over. It's still pretty new to you, but you've been with WDH for a while. What else? What are your duties outside of this particular?
Yeah, the joke with my boss is that it's all other duties as assigned. So it's a lot of special projects that come up. I do work with for example, our vital statistics and licensing and survey offices, and supervise them. But generally speaking, I'm really doing a lot of the special projects. So this one's not going to end. The application's done. Unfortunately, I will not go to Belize because we're probably going to be negotiating with the feds on our budget, what's allowable, in our application, what's not. How do we have to change the application to make it work or not? Do we want to play a little chicken there? There's going to be a whole process until December, until that award is made. And then after that, we got to implement it, right? So now there's going to be, for example, all the programs we're trying to, the ideas, they have to be actually brought into reality. So that's going to be a big lift too. But then, of course, we've got all the legislative stuff, right, with the budget hearings with JAC coming up. The whole budget process for the session. I'm pretty involved with that stuff as well.
So no time off for Franz, that's for sure.
That's all right. I'm good. I get some time off. Yeah.
Deputy Director Franz Fuchs at Wyoming Department of Health, and he has been busy working on the Rural Health Transformation Program. And
back to the studio.
Oops, I got my wrong sounder here.
Daily morning show with Jake continues.
There, this sounds like something soothing for a topic that could get all our blood boiling.
I could use that, yeah.
Yeah, I know. My blood, just thinking about health insurance and dealing with, like, if you need medical care, you're already probably under a little bit of stress. You don't need to worry about how to pay for it, whether you can even find a nurse. And yeah, so I'm glad you're working on that, Franz, and making things better for Wyoming people to be healthy. Wyoming Department of Health. Franz Fuchs joining us. Thanks, buddy.
I appreciate it, Jake. Thanks so much.
You bet. Have a great weekend.
You too. Take care.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues right after this quick break. We'll get back in here with Jared Petrino. We'll talk a little sports ball, as Claire calls it, right after these.
Tired of the same old Saturday snooze fest? Wake up with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, on Cowboy State Daily Radio, where the coffee's strong, the opinions are stronger, and absolutely nothing is off limits, except maybe fashion advice from Bags. Trust us. From 6 to 10 a.m., we're talking rodeos and radios, teachers and preachers, UFOs and barbecues. 1 minute it's serious journalism, the next it's, did he just say that on air? Yes, he did. We chat with movers, shakers, and occasional fakers. We call out scammers, celebrate winners, and sometimes talk to people who swear they've seen Bigfoot buying tacos. Join the madness. Text, call, or email your thoughts, rants, and snack recommendations to 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the chaos live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X, or binge the archives later when you're pretending to work. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Claire McFarland and I were talking about that, a perhaps new piece of legislation. It got through committee 11-1, and it would make it so any law enforcement officer in Wyoming could ticket a truck driver for not speaking English. And is it an issue? I mean, I was surprised to see how many have already been ticketed for not speaking English in Wyoming. It just shows you the amount of truck traffic that is in this state, which if you've been on I-80, you already know, certainly. But I couldn't believe the number, and I'm trying to find it for you again. It's right up there with how many people have run into a snowplow, practically. Now I can't find it, but I got to get to Jared Petrino. So we'll get to it right after Jared in a minute. First, let's get Jared in here because we have to talk sports. Sports is the only thing that warms my heart anymore in the morning. There's too many stories of bad news. Although sometimes sports is bad news, like last weekend. Jared, let's just have a moment of silence, otherwise known as our take on what happened last weekend against Air Force, as we both probably just stare at our screens in disbelief. I mean, talk about snatching defeat out of the jaws of victory. What was that?
Yeah, just sometimes one thing can happen and just completely takes the wheels off, and went from having all the momentum to quickly not having any momentum. And it was lack of a better term, a gut punch, I would say, to all the faithful out there watching that game. So
my eyes just glazed over watching that game. I couldn't believe it. I was going to play the piece of video where I was on Monday morning and I said, the only way to get past that taste of last weekend is some head has got to roll. And I hate calling for somebody's job. I got no status to call for anybody's job. I hate for anyone to lose their job, but I didn't see any way around going to Jay Johnson and relieving the OC of his duties. I saw it Monday morning. It did happen. Because it's not just Evan Swoboda throwing a pass at the goal line when you just want to run between the tackles, man. Just pound the rock there or whatever. I don't mind the creativity. I didn't even mind the Wildcat with Swoboda getting the snap, but I thought he'd run. He's a pretty good runner and he's got size. But if you're going to throw in the end zone, my goodness, you got to be sure about it. So it wasn't just that. It was the unimaginative play calling all season. Run, pass. Run, pass. You pass on 3rd and long, and guess what? They're coming. And that's why Caden threw the second interception. I don't blame him. That second pick, his first, but that's because he was under duress. They were coming for him because it's 3rd and 8, man. You can't just run. I don't know. And it was the play calling. We got to get more exciting than 20 points a game. That's the average. We played the worst defense in college football and managed 2 touchdowns for most of that.
Yeah, and I think part of it is just taking advantage of opportunities when they're there, and we're not doing a great job of taking chances of those opportunities. I get Coach Savell's point about the reason why they gave up so many points is because they were scoring so many points on offense, so they had the other team had more opportunities to score. That game was a drag out, like lack of possession game. All the drives took a long time. There wasn't many 3 and outs. So that just eats at the clock. And so you got to be efficient with the time, when you have the ball. And unfortunately, the 2 times we needed it, was we put a drive together and don't score, put any points on the board. And then that next drive after they answered to take the lead, we don't do a good job of putting a drive together and go 3 and out with an interception. So, it was just it was kind of a slow bleed. It was one of those ones where you felt good at a little bit when it was 14-6, and then they got a little bit of momentum and scored and got the 2-point play to tie it up, and then it was awesome because we actually responded with that long drive. I'm like, okay, here we go. And they're like, okay. And I even said to myself, okay, we're up 21. I literally remember sitting there saying, we're up 21-14. Okay, now defense got to get stopped. And then that happened right after that. And I was like, oh man. So yeah, I think there's a lot of things going on. It'll be a good shot in the arm to see what Javon and that offensive staff can do. And you know, I think the reality is they need to run the ball, and they need to run the ball. And they're being super efficient running the ball. And you know, I see this a lot in football when I'm watching it, whether it's on Saturdays or Sundays. I think offensive coordinators sometimes try to get too cute and just, hey, get what's working. Hey, guess what? We had number 5 ran 2 touchdowns where no one touched him. And let's just keep running that play for a little bit until they stop it. So, yeah, just kind of sometimes you overthink yourself and you kick yourself as a coach. And I think that's what was going on a little bit when you look back at that film on Saturday.
Yeah, just a frustrating way to lose. We did outgain Space Force. Did you see the Space Force jerseys? But, you know, it felt like Wyoming Cowboys played the role of the New York Giants against Denver, where Wyoming had the game, had all the momentum, and then watched Mo is real and watched it swing back. And then the Giants answered with that late touchdown. I thought, okay, it's over. We got this, man. Wyoming responded. And then just to watch amazedly as somehow Wyoming let that one get away. Anyway, we don't want to lament the loss. We got to look forward, look ahead. So many question marks about the border war. CSU comes in without a head coach. They made a coaching change. We made an offensive coordinator change with Bo Knight, so we don't know what the offense may look like. A lot of question marks as to what the border war might look like in the final one, 117. This is a big one.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think you can't get too far from what you're doing. You know, you can't just because what the guys know. I think there's going to be a little bit of new wrinkles. I expect them to come and just try to run the ball and try to pound it. They have 3 really good running backs. We're down a defensive tackle. Got hurt last week against Air Force. So that's not good. Which we're already thin at that position going into the season with the 2 guys getting hurt over the summer. So I think that's going to be a big challenge because they have 3 really good running backs. And you know, I think that's what they're going to try to do to us, and find whether it's going to look different or not. I don't know, but I expect them to come and try to run the ball, and then offensively, we'll see what we do differently. And I think the plays are there. I think they got to do a better job of finding ways to execute them. Whether it's limiting the call sheet, I think there's too much offense and not enough substance. That's kind of when it looks like it, because we're trying to do so many different things. On offense, we're get good at something, that I think we're trying to overcomplicate some things, and that's kind of caused us to not be successful at the things that we're good at. So
Jared would like to see Javon just rip a few pages out of that playbook, throw them out, get down to the stuff we do well. I would like to see us open it up a little more, throw in order to run, throw on first down more, and throw downfield, stretch that defense a little more. So many times Air Force just had like 9 in the box. They knew we were going to run. And even when you run well, it's hard to do it when they see it coming. So border war, we got 2 teams limping into it. Colorado State with an overall losing record, 2-5, not one of the best Rams records, 1-2 in conference. Wyoming coming in 3-4, 1-2 as well. Hawaii, Colorado State got whipped. I think Hawaii's for real, man. That used to be a vacation to go play them. That ain't no fun no more.
Right. Yeah. Man. No, they're playing really well. They're doing they're already bowl eligible, and it's mid-October. So yeah, they're playing really well.
Hey, one thing we'll see at this Saturday's game is Ryan Yarbrough get recognition. He was a great player for the Cowboys, huh? Wide receiver.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's awesome that he's going to be back. Kind of fitting that a fellow wide receiver of his colleague is going to be calling plays now. Yeah. So it's kind of cool. You saw him on social media give Coach Bo Knight a big confidence boost, and so that'll be kind of cool to see him. Hopefully bring some good luck, and maybe we can slip him into a number 16 jersey and get him out there. Maybe he's got one or 2 more plays in him.
Yeah, you might. Meanwhile, though, I don't mind I don't mind some of these guys we got. We got to just trust that, if you got one-on-one, Anderson, just let it go, man. Let's see. We got some athletes that can win 50-50 balls, I think. But
right. And Colorado State's going to, I mean, they hang their hat on blitzing. I mean, they're going to blitz guys all the time, every down. So we got to be ready to make it hurt and get the ball over the top. Because when you're bringing more guys, there's less guys in coverage. So
that's right. Find your hot read and let's make them pay. It's gonna be a fun game. That's it's a night game, right? 5:30.
Correct. Yep. 5:30 again.
How do you think we're going to travel down to that? Pretty good.
I think it'll be good. I think it's it's a border war. I think I think the disgruntled fans might be a little excited to see what the new look looks like. And obviously with it being a former Cowboy that when I was out there at one point, especially recently, kind of somewhat recently, I guess I want to say that because we're getting older, but I remember him playing and how many plays he made when he was out there. So I think it's going to be fun to see the curiosity and I think a lot of people are trying to get behind it. And I'm excited to see what it looks like.
The boys over at 7220 are thinking that this border war doesn't have the luster, the smack talk, the interest that this is normally the game of the year, man. And because both teams are coming in with coaching changes, both teams are coming in with like losing records that it doesn't feel like it. I don't know. Does it have the feel for you?
Yeah, it does for me. I mean, I think it always does. I think people that haven't been in the arena can say those things, but it's still a border war. It's still it's still a big bragging rights. And to be honest with you, there probably couldn't be a better game for us to get that bad taste in our mouth than this one coming in this week for us. I can't speak for them, but for us, I mean, who would you rather not want to play after that Air Force game than play your border war, play your rival from right down the road, and especially get them to play them at home. So to me, I think it's a huge game. It could be a huge springboard into the back half of this season, and I think that's the way it's hopefully they're approaching it, and it can lead to some good things. And when you don't have the boot, you got to get it back. I mean, that's I've lost the boot and I've won the boot being on that staff, and there's no better feeling than running over to that sideline and taking that boot away and bringing it back to yours. So getting that feeling, and I thought it was really cool that Coach Hendricks, it came out that he brought the defensive line. They broke from their meeting room on Sunday, and he brought them over to the case where the boot goes,
and it's empty.
It's empty, and he brought it and he showed it to him, and I thought that was very, very cool. And just something that makes it important knowing that thing belongs where it's supposed to be, so
I love that.
Get that thing back.
Jared speaks truth. The border war has been going on 117 years now, but and we are on the wrong end of the all-time wins-losses, Wyoming is, but since 1968 when the boot was introduced as the trophy, the prize, Wyoming has the better record. So let's get that thing back where it belongs. You're right, Jared. And after that last week Air Force, you'd hate to be on a bye. That would be the worst thing. And if whatever the rebound game is, the border war, that should get you back up because there was a lot of deflation in the Space Force game. Oh, we got to get back up. I'm interested to see what Javon's able to do with the play sheet. Let's talk my volleyball team. They shook off a three-match losing streak, and they whipped Air Force. So we got something going there. Cowgirls are 9-10 overall, 5-3 in the conference, and I think they host Nevada and hit the road for their version of the border war, CSU.
Yeah, it was good to get that monkey off their back. They kind of had a little slide there, especially losing two of those at matches at home, which doesn't happen very often on the same weekend. And so, it's good for them to get a win on the road at Air Force. And then, I believe they're coming back home this weekend. Is that correct? They're playing at home this weekend, or are they on the road?
Home Nevada, road Colorado. Yeah.
Okay. So another good stint, but hopefully they can protect the home court and then try to go steal one from CSU. They were able to hold court when they played at CSU at home. So now they go steal one down to there in Moby Arena. So
my outside hitter, Addie Thorington, the Powell Panther, love her, love that family. She had 9 kills the other day, and I think big stuff from Addie. That's all we need, and our Cowgirls are going to take care of Nevada and CSU. What else in high school? Did you watch the important games coming up this Friday? Winning you're in, losing you're out kind of high school games. And Sheridan Bronx barely hung on to that winning streak. They got challenged by the Camels.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be fun. I think in 4A it's a wide open race. I mean, Sheridan is down a couple of their top players.
Yeah.
And that's shown a little bit, but they still find ways to win. That just goes to show and then there's some good matchups of teams playing for seeding that can affect hosting a home game or playing on the road in that first round. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. 3, I think a lot of things are kind of, I think Jackson's having a good year. Cody, obviously you're going to always have Cody in Star Valley. And then Riverton has a good schedule or a good record on that other side of the conference. So yeah, it's exciting to see those teams as they play their last game of the year, regular season, and then getting their seeding set for the playoffs starting next week.
Good football stuff this weekend. Friday, high school. Saturday, border war. And thanks, Jared. Anything else? You're going to be down there for the border war. You're going, right?
Yep, I'll be down there. Yep, we'll be down there. We'll be checking it out in person and being able to see what's going on firsthand, because there's nothing better than my favorite thing about the border war is winning that game at home and hearing that the boots were made for walking, play on the PA system.
Yeah.
So that's one of my favorite feelings and one of my favorite things of all time. So,
yeah. Well,
so I'm hopefully I'm hearing that. Hopefully I'm speaking that into existence, and I'm hearing that Saturday night.
And I hope we get sick of the Cowboy Joe every time we score, man. But too many Cowboy Joe renditions. That's what we need against CSU.
That's right.
Score early, score often, open up that offense, man. I feel bad for the defense. They're asked to do it every Saturday, man, and they have really this year. So, yeah, let's give them a break and play a little offense. Jared, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. See you next week. Go Pokes.
Yeah, go Pokes. Cowboy State Daily Show, top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. We'll do that, and we're back with our final hour shortly. Stay with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Over 800 full-time Wyoming National Guard employees are working for free under the federal government shutdown. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they are entitled to back pay, but nobody knows when that will be.
The Adjutant General testified on Monday like there's no end in sight. We don't know. And he also testified that this is in addition to other funding woes, such as the continuing resolution cut back on Army funds, prompting a hiring freeze. And also if the military budget bill passes in accordance with Trump's budget, they'll actually continue to see there'll be 9 more positions short in addition to the 66 they've already frozen out.
Major General Gregory Porter, Wyoming National Guard Adjutant General, told the Legislative Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee during its meeting in Cheyenne that he had expected all those employees from being furloughed, keeping them at work because all the duties they perform are deemed essential. Rural Cheyenne residents say they're fed up with drivers taking out their mailboxes. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that taking out a mailbox can have serious consequences for the drivers who leave the scene.
Folks in the Happy Valley, they live west of Cheyenne, but things aren't so happy in Happy Valley because they keep losing their mailboxes. Evidently, that Happy Jack Road is some people treat it kind of like a speedway, and they lose control because maybe the road has a little bit of a tilt they're not expecting. And then mailboxes are getting taken out. It's a hit and run. It's actually a crime to hit somebody's mailbox and then just leave it. That's on the books as a crime.
Residents tell Cowboy State Daily that it's not just a prank, but people who aren't navigating the stretch of road correctly in that area, and they slam into the boxes. In fact, one resident says even a mail truck has destroyed her mailbox. The Wyoming Capitol building was evacuated and locked down on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports what authorities found.
They encountered what they suspected of being an IED, or an improvised explosive device. Now, out of precaution, they evacuated the Capitol and they placed the surrounding Herschler buildings on a shelter-in-place warning. The front of the Capitol here is roped off, and it looks as though there are some crews examining the front steps of the Capitol.
In addition to the Wyoming Highway Patrol, agencies responding included the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation, Laramie County Sheriff's Office, and a joint bomb squad operated by the LCSO and Cheyenne Police Department. The investigation is ongoing. I'll be back with more news from Cowboy State Daily right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
A hunter shot and killed a grizzly in self-defense in the Island Park, Idaho area, south of Yellowstone National Park, early on Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports this isn't an isolated incident.
This is the third year in a row that's happened in this area. Now, this attack, was Saturday, middle of October. The other two in 2024 and in 2023, both times on September 1st. Bears, same thing, grizzly charged hunters and was shot and killed. I talked to a grizzly bear conflict specialist. She said, yeah, it's this sort of thing that happens during hunting season.
The hunter was cleared of any wrongdoing by the agency. Wyoming Game and Fish tells Cowboy State Daily that hunters should always be bear aware when hunting, always carry and know how to deploy bear spray or have a firearm in case of an attack. A Cody man accused of stalking his ex-wife and hoarding homemade explosives has pleaded guilty to 2 federal firearms charges in a plea deal. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports Randall Bailey faces sentencing in January on weapons charges.
In 2024, he violated a protective order, and when the police searched his house, they recovered a cache of 30 weapons, 2 pipe bombs, and some other items like a silencer was on a handgun. Then the feds stepped in and charged him with a bunch of weapons violations. They had to call the bomb squad out to take the 2 pipe bombs away.
State charges are on hold as Bailey was indicted by a federal grand jury in July. He's scheduled to be sentenced January 6, 2026 in Casper. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time. But it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Hey, we're going to take a look at airline travel. Come with me to the airport. Let's take a plane ride somewhere, anywhere. I hear that there are delays and backups and canceled flights due to the government shutdown. FAA and TSA would be in direct line of fire when it comes to government shutdown and a lack of, with a hiring freeze and some TSA and FAA air traffic controllers not reporting to work because they're not getting paid until it's resolved. That's caused nationwide delays in some air travel. Not a huge crunch, not anything like weather would do, you know. You get a good winter in Chicago O'Hare and the whole nation is backed up. But it's starting to feel it a little bit, according to the airlines. I'm more concerned with some other stories, including the world's 10 most disliked airlines, including the lowest rated airline in America. It's not who you think. It's not the one you think. I also want to check out why a bunch of people were stranded in Rome. Oh, I should be so lucky, right? Oh, stranded in Rome for another day or two. I remember when the pandemic was just starting, right before there were restrictions on travel. You were starting to see them every day. A new country would say it was closing its borders. And you felt like it was going to get there. United States was still open for business. There was still travel, but you felt like it was coming. And I remember it was right when the wife and I were going to take 2 weeks spring break. Every year we do a 2-week spring break. She's a teacher, so she has the end of March, the beginning of April in 2019, right? And I remember we were going to fly to Cat Island, the Bahamas. And the days leading up to it, I was reading the Bahama newspapers every day to see if they would shut down their air travel. And we had tickets on Delta, like we were all good to go. We're like, I wonder if we're going to be able to go. And if we go, I wonder if we'll ever be able to get back. And I remember thinking the second part of that equation was actually a pro. What side of the column do you put? Pros and cons. Trying to travel as the pandemic shuts down air travel, In the con side, you may not be able to get back from the Bahamas. I'm like, wait a minute, let's move that to the pro side. What if we had to wait out the pandemic on Cat Island in the Bahamas? Oh, wouldn't that be terrible? To have to call in sick to work. Sorry, can't get back. I'm stuck here, stuck in the Bahamas. Oh, man. The flights ended up getting canceled. Everything got shut down, and we didn't go nowhere. But those were the days. What if you're stranded in Rome? That wouldn't be too bad, right? Spend an extra day because American Airlines, who we're going to talk about in just a minute further, American Airlines stranded people in Rome when they sent the wrong plane. Apparently, the plane they were supposed to take was a Boeing 777-200 and Rome to Dallas route or Dallas to Rome route. And there were problems with the plane in Rome on the tarmac. The plane had something go wrong with it. We've always been there. 3-hour flight delays. They were trying to fix a piece of equipment. Well, they finally gave up. They're like, we're never going to be able to fix this flap or whatever it was. And we'll just get another plane in here. So they did. American Airlines found another available plane, as they often do. It was a Boeing 7878. Oops. Only one problem. The pilots were only authorized to fly. They were only certified to fly the Boeing 777-200. They were not checked out on the Boeing 7878. These pilots. So they tried to find any American Airlines pilots in all of Rome that had certification to fly the newer Boeing 787-8, and they couldn't find any. Not one commercial airline pilot could be found to fly this plane. They had a nice substitute, big old empty airplane with nobody able to fly it. So they had to fly in some pilots that were certified on this plane. Stranded in Rome, American Airlines. Is it any wonder why American made the list as one of the lowest rated airlines? We'll talk about that list now. The lowest rated airline. There's a big survey that was just done in America. The August Air Travel Consumer Report just came out, and it rated the airlines globally and in the U.S. And in the U.S., guess who was rated the worst? And no, it's not who you think. It was not a budget carrier like Spirit, although they're getting a lot of grief of late. It was American Airlines, rated the worst in the United States. Frontier was the only airline with a weaker performance than American. However, Frontier is not considered a major airline carrier in the same category as American, United, or Delta. American Airlines ranked bottom of the list. Going through the top 10 in the U.S., these are the airlines people like. Hawaiian Airlines was rated number 1 in the United States. Southwest, number 2. People that travel Southwest are really committed to Southwest, I've noticed. If you're a Southwest flyer, like that's the only airline you check when you go to book a flight. They're your flight. You love Southwest. The loyalty to that airline is amazing. Delta came in number 3 best rated airline domestically here in the U.S. Spirit, number 4. Alaska, 5th. United was down there in 6th. Then Allegiant, JetBlue, American Airlines came in at number 9. Frontier was worse at 10, but of the major carriers, American bottomed out. Ooh. How do airlines stack up in the whole world? The world's 10 most disliked airlines revealed in a new global study. And in a nutshell, here's what we found. American Airlines. Well, there they are again. It's probably not just because of the Rome incident, but American considered the worst in the U.S. and the worst with international travelers as well. The most disliked carrier in the world, American Airlines, AA, was reached a dissatisfaction score of 56 out of 100, earning just 2.9. Basically, 3 out of 10 passengers gave them a passing grade. Frontier and United took second and third place as the lowest rated airlines. British Airways, while it wasn't rated one of the worst or most hated, British Airways did lead all airlines in lost luggage complaints. 319 out of every 100,000 passengers on British Airways can't find their bags. Air France matched American Airlines with 11 safety incidents and the second highest baggage complaint. And ranking the top 10, or first, let's look at the bottom 10. The top 10 airlines with the lowest customer satisfaction, as I said, American, number 1. People did mention accidents, 11. Flight cancels, 350 in the year. And the lost luggage was also an issue. Frontier Airlines, globally ranked number 2. United, number 3 on the dissatisfaction index. Air France, 4. Ryanair, 5th. Air Asia came in 6th. Then Aeromexico, Scandinavian Airlines, SAS. That's a common crossword puzzle clue, just in case you were wondering. Wizz Air, I've never heard of them. WIZZ Wizz Air came in 9th with a dissatisfaction index rating of 45. And British Airways rounded out the top 10, or should I say the bottom 10 of most dissatisfied airlines. I don't see the top 10, but certainly usually in the top 10 is always, Emirates Airlines is always top 3, top 10. Qatar Airlines always up top. Usually Air France is up there pretty high, but I guess not in this one. Yeah, ranking. And then one more airline story for you. Please tell me it isn't American Airlines. I think it is, though. Yep. American Airlines, once again. Is it any wonder? I mean, they lose your baggage. They cancel flights. They have a plane sitting on the tarmac in Rome that nobody can drive or fly. And then it's American Airlines in this story that I'm reading from. Who did this story? I don't know. A model named Sarah Cheek is claiming American Airlines forced her to button her shirt or they wouldn't let her on the plane. Sarah Cheek is a former Playboy playmate. She's an OnlyFans superstar, sports talk show host, and an influencer with over 500,000 followers on social media. So don't think her fans didn't find out pronto that American told her, hey, darling, you got to button that shirt up. She apparently is gifted in the chestal region like few are, like, Sydney Sweeney gifted. And during on a post on X, Cheek said my trip's already off to a rough start, she said. A flight cancellation, multiple delays, and then I tried to board my plane and I was told to button my shirt. The flight attendant that told me to do this apparently was unaware that American Airlines does not have any particular dress code. She said that American Airlines has a dress code that says you can't wear athletic attire if you have big blank. I'm assuming that's big eyes. No. American Airlines official policy to deny passengers entry to an airplane should not involve anything concerning, and I'll give you the 3 cases where, according to American Airlines' own literature, flight attendants are not entitled to remove passengers due to the following: odor, attire, or attitude. And to me, those are the 3 reasons why you would remove somebody from a flight, right? Those are the top 3. Your attitude. What about the Karen that's trying to stuff her luggage trunk into the overhead or puts her coat up there? It doesn't have to be a her. It could be anybody. Your purse and your coat and other stuff, you're taking up the whole overhead with stuff that shouldn't be there. Or you're trying to jam something that doesn't fit. And you're told, ma'am, please, you can't put that in the overhead. And then that person develops an attitude. That person has a complete meltdown, usually videoed by everyone in the plane. Everybody turns on their phones when that's happening, right? You get that woman who's... the woman with the jaggy haircut, she's trying to trim that thing in the overhead, and the flight attendant's like, oh, God. This is like her 4th flight of the day. She can't wait to land in Rome and get off for the day. And there's this, ma'am, that is not going to fit there. It'll fit. Just give me a minute. And then she has the meltdown. Everybody's taping it. That's the person that needs removed off the plane. They're holding up the whole deal. How can American Airlines guidance say that the three things that flight attendants are not entitled to remove passengers due to their attitude. The recline. Did you hear I think it's Spirit. Some airline says they're making new planes now, or they're ordering. The airlines don't make planes. They're ordering planes now that have no recline or limited recline, and then they're making you pay extra to recline. These airlines think of whatever they can to upcharge you, right? You want a window seat? Oh, that's extra. You want an aisle seat? That's a lot more extra. You want a seat up front? That's extra. You want a wider seat? You want more legroom? Extra, extra. You want a seat with a seatbelt? Extra. You want a seat with a functioning TV screen? Extra. Now, the issue with leaning back, the recline, everybody hates recline. It's now become the new rule. If you fly often, you know this. The new rule is you should not recline all the way. That's considered rude and inappropriate to recline all the way. Now you just recline because people behind you, they start kicking the seat, pushing it, whack, So airlines acknowledge this is a major their flight attendants are busy trying to schlep top shelf bourbon to the first class passengers. They don't have time to deal with your petty things back in cabin like he's reclining too far. So now airlines are either upcharging you for seats that actually recline, or they're just ordering planes where the seats are fixed. No more reclining, or they recline like 1 inch, like a fix. You can't go back too far, which I think is fair because the whole reclining thing, I don't do it anymore because it is considered rude at this point. Rude and inappropriate to recline. So I just don't even do it. But anyway, American Airlines denied this model entry until she buttoned her shirt because she had big knockers. Look, I've seen some people dressed inappropriately that should be denied entry. But if this is a former Playboy model and an influencer and she looks like she looks, and I'm checking the photos, I would make her unbutton her shirt to get on the plane, but that's me. They told her button up, and apparently American Airlines had to issue an apology saying we're not allowed to do that. The only reason we can deny you boarding the plane is if you're a security risk. We can't do it if you have a bad attitude. We can't do it according to the clothes you're wearing, and we can't do it according to how bad you smell. Those are... To me, those are the top 3 reasons why you should be able to remove somebody from a plane. But again, I'm not in charge of the airlines. I should be. We'll be right back with special guest. Lindsay is going to be on. She's with, what are we going to talk? Oh, Sports Bra. That's right. Coming right back at you.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path.
So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs! We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're back. It's Wednesday. We're in the final hour. We saved the best for last. It's Lindsay Gracia. Am I close?
You are. You're right on it. Nice job.
Oh, thanks. I didn't know I could speak maybe some Italian. I just assume anybody's name that ends in a vowel is Italian, but I don't know. Lindsay, I don't have
accurate.
I don't have video on you. Is that purposeful or not? If so, you can.
I am dialed in on my phone.
Okay, got it. We were just talking a little bit of a rough segue, but we were just talking about this model and influencer that was denied boarding on American Airlines flight because she was particularly gifted in the chestal area, a la Sydney Sweeney, and the airline had to issue an apology. Sort of on that note, rough segue, we talked to Director of Partnerships, Lindsay, with Operation Warm. We had one of your peoples on a little while ago, and we talked about Operation Warm and what they do. So unique, this program, getting clothes and footwear to students, to people in need, like new clothes and like designer kind of clothes, stuff that you have made, your group has made. It's just so unique, so cool. And we didn't barely hit on the one particular issue, is it Fly Forward? How do you say the acronym, Lindsay?
You got it. It's Fly Forward, yes.
Fly Forward, FLYFWD, the Fly Forward aspect of the nonprofit Operation Warm, which is getting sports bras to young ladies. And what you found, again, we're going to drop some statistics on you, Lindsay is, and what we found about women in, I guess of high school age, and the reason why they choose not to participate in sports. What are some of the numbers? It's probably predictable. Girls age 10 to 17 tend to skip sports if they feel they don't have a proper sports bra.
Yeah, absolutely. So Fly Forward is an initiative of Operation Warm. So similar model, we manufacture new sports bras, ensuring that we can get those in the hands of middle school and high school age girls to help them stay active. You hit on it. We are finding, and I would say there's really a national challenge upon us right now, where girls at that middle school level are dropping out of sports at a rate of 2 times more likely than boys. That's across the country. regardless of socioeconomic status. When you layer on the lower income aspect and look at those girls in some of those communities, that number can jump up to 6 times more likely to drop out of sports than boys, which is a staggering number. And we know, that the data has shown us time and time again how important physical activity is for all youth, but it's even more critical for girls. We found, girls who are more physically active report significantly fewer mental challenges, upwards of 1.5 to 2.5 times fewer mental health challenges than non-participants. And 78% of parents believe that sports are a key aspect for building self-esteem. So with Fly Forward and the sports bras we provide, we are ensuring and trying to help remove one of those barriers to participation, because we know when girls feel comfortable, they're more likely to stay active, build that resilience, and experience the mental health benefits of movement. But I'd also say, participation, it's more than just physical strength and those attributes that you gain from physical activity. It also fosters and develops those skills that are just critical for development, and it sets girls up for future success by teaching them things like leadership, teamwork, and discipline, which can just help open the doors to brighter futures for these girls.
As you hear Lindsay mention, this is like way more than just missing out on the next Caitlin Clark or Paige Beckers. I saw Paige the other day throw a football. I couldn't believe it. It was like a 50-yard pass. Yeah, it's more than just...
It was caught.
Yeah, I know. She is an athlete, man. So, it is the mental health, the mental well-being, the confidence brought when you participate in sports, feeling like you have to opt out because of just a silly reason, like it shouldn't be. Experts say treating sports bras like cleats or helmets or other crucial equipment you need to participate in a sport, that's just basic, man. Fly Forward is making sure that that's never an excuse. More than half of the parents say their daughter has avoided being active because she was uncomfortable with what she was wearing. 55% of parents said that. So, yeah, it is a thing. When did you started this in 2023? Tell me how you've seen it grown. Is it working?
Absolutely, it's working. So you're right. In 2023, we started as the Girls Flag Football Initiative was really started. We started in partnership with the Philadelphia Eagles as they were looking to launch the Girls Flag Football program with the school district of Philadelphia. We have provided to date over 78,000 sports bras to girls all across the country. This year alone, we're on pace to distribute another 50,000 or so to girls. We provide every girl with 2 sports bras just to help them, again, stay active, remove another barrier that, laundry is an issue for some of these girls. So the more we can just help give them access to the right sporting equipment. Again, whether they're playing sports, that would be ideal. But we've talked to a lot of gym teachers and athletic directors who say that the girls are just sitting on the sidelines during gym class because they're not comfortable. We are serving middle school and high school age girls where their bodies are changing. They don't know how to have the conversation. They don't know how to talk about what they need to feel comfortable. And so for us, again, the more we can provide the access and the sports bras to these girls, we know that they will be more comfortable. When you're comfortable, you're more confident, and that then directly impacts their participation in life, candidly.
We're talking to Lindsay. She's with Operation Warm, in particular Fly Forward, which is getting sports bras to women that need them. I can't imagine, if you have been blessed, you listeners out there, if you're a mom or a dad and you've been blessed with a 13, 14-year-old teenage girl, God bless you. That is a tough age. 10 to 17, the body changes, the clickiness of middle school and high school. Yeah, it does not take much to get a young lady off her game and sitting on the sidelines. And we're not talking professional sports, college career, just intramural or just gym class. Like, you should be getting out there and sweating and doing what the boys do, doing what other girls do. There should never be an excuse like sports bra. I'm glad this program sounds smart. I'm glad you're doing it, Lindsay.
Thank you. Yeah, we've seen a lot of success and we've seen a lot of impact. And I think, for us, as we talked about, it's also, yes, the sports bra, but it's so much more than just that piece of equipment. It's also about equity and opportunity and belonging. As I mentioned, the girls that we're serving at that middle school and high school level are just in a really, really tough time. I think middle school for everybody is tough. And so, as they're spending their time at school, helping to open up the conversation around why proper fitting apparel, proper fitting equipment is so important. We've also talked to athletic directors, and 98% of them agree that a sports bra is a necessary piece of equipment. And, again, some of them don't even know how to have the conversation, as educated as they are.
Yeah.
But 94% of those athletic directors said that just by receiving the sports bras, by having a box shipped to their school, they feel more comfortable and can have that conversation with their students. Our boxes are packed in a range of sizes from extra small to double XL. So there's a size in there that should fit, almost all girls. And just to help them, stay active. We know physical activity is vital for growth, long-term health, as well as academic success.
Operation Warm and the Fly Forward program stepping in the gap. Where can we learn more? You have online presence.
We do, absolutely. Go to our website at flyforward.org, which is spelled FLYFWD.org. There you can get more information on our partnership opportunities. We partner with corporate partners, foundations, etc., as well as organizations who are interested in receiving sports bras can learn more about our wish list program there.
I just mentioned this as a weird aside, Lindsay. The way we started this interview when I mentioned the American Airlines incident, I'll close it with another weird one. I'm seeing this Gatorade study. Gatorade's Sports Science Institute is launching a new study aimed at specifically female athletes, trying to analyze whether they sweat differently from their male counterparts. Isn't that weird?
I mean, there's a lot of new studies and research being put towards female athletes and how women's bodies react in athletic situations. It'll be interesting to see the information when it comes out.
Flag football, the WNBA, all women, they can sometimes play better than the boys. Basketball, soccer, softball, volleyball. The goal is to study whether women sweat differently and whether Gatorade needs to design a specific sports drink for them. But we know women have special needs that men don't, on sports bra being first and foremost. I love what you're doing at Operation Warm. Fly Forward. Find out more. Fly Forward on the internet. Thank you, Lindsay, for letting us know everything about that. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show. Rolling along in the final hour. We'll take our last break and we'll make a dash for the finish line on this Wednesday. Still coming up, this day in history, October 22nd. We'll sneak it in before we finish today. Let you know all the things that happened on this day in history after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
the mighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show, October 22. Here are the things that happened on this day in history. 1812, Wyoming, Robert Stewart and a small band of what he called Astorians, or what would later be called Astorians, crossed South Pass, making them the first whiteys to ever do so, or the first Euro-Americans, I guess is the more politically correct. They the first crackers to get over South Pass. I have been wildly inappropriate today, but that's part of the fun. 1812, the Astorians crossed South Pass on this day, first Euro-Americans to do so. 1844, this day, Luis Riel, a Montana school teacher, was born, the eldest of 11 children to come out of a log cabin in St. Boniface, Manitoba. Why is this dude so important? I don't even know. But it's in this day in history. Again, also part of the fun is the fact that I don't really pre-read these. So as we go, we learn stuff. Louis Riel, Canadian politician, founder of the province of Manitoba. Okay, well, that might be worth knowing. He's the dude, he's the reason why we have Manitoba, Canada, the province. All right, well, he is a pretty important dude. The Wyoming significance here is lost on me, but all right. It's the birthday of Luis Riel. 1869, the Battle of Edwards Ferry took place, which immediately leads me to question, what is the Battle of Edwards Ferry? What's the big problem, Edward, with the ferry? There's a big, it's a Civil War battle. Okay. I am not a Civil War historian. I know some Civil War buffs are all about the Civil War. They know everything. And they were probably shouting at me like, you idiot, you don't know the Edwards Ferry battle? Nope. 1869. 1887, on this day in history, the first Cheyenne Northern train from Cheyenne crossed the new bridge over the Laramie River. Previously, that was a wet ride till they got that bridge built. This day, 1887, the first Cheyenne and Northern train crossed the new bridge from Cheyenne over the Laramie River. In 1885, I'm sorry, that's the wrong date. 1943, this day, faced with shortages caused by wartime efforts, of course, World War II, Green River Sportsman Club discussed ammunition shortages and a rumored black market operating in the vicinity. Interesting. October 22nd, 1943, I imagine ammunition was in short supply given World War II, and I would imagine there were black market situations where that was the only way you could get ammo. And the Green River Sportsman Club held a meeting this day in 1943 to discuss these black markets operating in the Green River area. 1964 this day, Richard Nixon campaigned in Wyoming for Barry Goldwater. For Barry Goldwater? I'm confused. Was Nixon stumping for Goldwater? Is that a thing? This day in history's items just are confusing me. 1964, Nixon. Yeah, it's amazing how much I don't know. Nixon stumping. Goldwater's 1964 presidential campaign. Wasn't he against Nixon against Goldwater, right? Former Vice President Richard Nixon for Goldwater. I'm going to need a commercial break to figure that out. Yeah, maybe Nixon was running on his ticket as the VP. 1964 presidential election. Let's see. It was 1964, less than 1 year after the assassination of JFK. Yep. It was Barry Goldwater against Lyndon Johnson. Nixon was not on the ticket. Goldwater and William Miller was the VP. They were defeated. Goldwater defeated by Democrat Lyndon B. Johnson. So why was Nixon out there stumping for Goldwater? I don't know. But he was, and he was in Wyoming. On this day in history, October 22. Josie wants to know what's the update on what happened at the Capitol complex yesterday. I just did hear from Jackson Walker, and we still don't know yet. Of course, the IED, the improvised explosive device found on the Great Seal out in front of the Capitol building. The Great Seal is like embedded in the sidewalk there out front. And somebody found something and they picked it up and they brought it in. It turned out that it was suspected to be a bomb. And it was serious enough that they emptied the Capitol building. The bomb-sniffing dogs, drones, the whole bit. LCSO, Laramie County Sheriff's Office sent in the bomb squad. The highway patrol, state highway patrol was all over the place. I mean, it was a huge law enforcement presence. So I'm thinking that was a bomb. Like, you wouldn't think they'd bring that many dudes out for a fake bomb. Sounds like it could have been something serious, but we'll get a follow-up. Jackson Walker will have that story, I'm sure, as soon as he finds out something. But as of press time yesterday, all we knew was a device suspected to be a bomb was found. Out of caution, the whole area was evacuated, and they swept the place thoroughly to make sure there was nothing else there. But yeah, when we know more, you'll know more. You can expect that, Josie. Don't worry. Let's see what's going on in the world of rodeo. Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Road Show.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Today, four-time qualifier to the National Finals Rodeo in the team roping, the great Trey Yates, talks about his team roping partner, the legendary Luke Brown from South Carolina, and he has become legendary in roping circles. A conversation with the Pueblo, Colorado team roper Trey Yates on the Road Show coming up.
Every year, humic loss makes it harder for crops to absorb applied nutrients. Resurge from Helena is a low-dust granule that delivers humic compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge Granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
When it's time for livestock handling, while we can't always be there to lend a hand, Western Ranch Supply can offer you high-quality and durable portable corral systems from Linn Post and Pipe. Available in both gooseneck and bumper pole, the Wrangler Portable Corral is the most versatile portable corral system available. Whether you want to catch and load out large groups of cattle or work them right where they are, the Wrangler has all the features you will need. Visit our stores in Billings or Great Falls or check us out online at westernranchsupply.com.
You know, Luke Brown, you rope with, he's going to his 16th NFR, and he's legendary. He's like your dad, right? Your dad's legendary. Talk about what it's like to rope with Luke Brown.
You know, Luke is he's very quiet. He's very family oriented. His life revolves around team roping and his family, and that's how he's made a living for years. And he would be what I would call a grinder. He's the definition of a grinder. He works hard. He ropes a lot. You know, and I guess all that being said, when I talk about a grinder, he's a guy that you can never count out of the race, no matter what cards are dealt. You know, I mean, they've had the Governor's Cup 3 times now, and he's been there all 3, and I think that's a stat for itself. You know, you got to do good at the 60 best rodeos of the year, and I mean, he's a guy that I would say as long as he's rodeoing, you'll see him there, and you'll see him at the national finals.
You know, Trey's dad went to the National Finals Rodeo 21 times. He went there when he was 15 years old, and his grandpa went there 14 times. Amazing accomplishment. He's the next generation of greatness. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out why Richard Nixon would be campaigning for, on this day in history, campaigning for the guy who did Barry Goldwater. Nixon was vice president of the United States from 53 to 61. Is that right? Maybe that's why. He was somebody. And then of course, he became president January 20th, 1969, inaugurated as the 37th president. But what was his significance in the Republican Party that he would carry any influence and be campaigning for Goldwater in Wyoming? On this day in history, 1964. That's what I'm trying to get my head around. I'm looking at the Richard Nixon event timeline. That website has only hit what he did once he was in office as POTUS. But from he was a California senator, 50 to 53. Vice President of the United States, 1953 to 1961. Okay, well, he was former vice president. Obviously, Goldwater's campaign did not meet with success. It was Lyndon Johnson who won, so the campaign efforts in the Cowboy State in 1964 came to naught, although I'm sure Goldwater took Wyoming. I mean, we've been Republican forever, right? Red state. Let's see what's going on in the Game and Fish Department with Ray Hageman.
A grizzly bear is captured in Park County, and a popular community fishery outside of Casper is closed due to discovery of an aquatic invasive species. Next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman, I'm Ray Hageman. After consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department captured and relocated a sub-adult male grizzly bear on October 11th. The grizzly bear was captured on private land in Park County for frequenting a housing area and after multiple hazing attempts failed to change its behavior. In cooperation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Shoshone National Forest, the grizzly bear was relocated to the Clarks Fork of the Yellowstone River drainage, approximately 50 miles northwest of Cody. Grizzly bears are relocated in accordance with state and federal law and regulation. The Game and Fish is required to update the public whenever a grizzly bear is relocated. Grizzly bear relocation is a management tool that large carnivore biologists use to minimize conflicts between humans and grizzly bears. Bears that are considered a threat to human safety are not relocated. In some cases, a bear may be removed from the population if it cannot be relocated successfully. Jessica's Pond, a popular community fishery located just outside of Casper along the North Platte River near the Dan Spees Fish Hatchery, is now closed due to the discovery of invasive New Zealand mud snails. The closure, a precautionary measure to protect the nearby Dan Spees Fish Hatchery. While the risk of the snails reaching the hatchery is low due to construction that was completed in 2022, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department takes every precaution to keep the hatchery free from invasive species. Wyoming Game and Fish Department Chief of Fisheries Alan Osterland says, "We have previously detected and treated Jessica's Pond for New Zealand mud snails. This is likely a new infestation passed to Jessica's Pond from the nearby North Platte River." Osterland says, "We ask for cooperation from anglers as we look into solutions for the issue." Other nearby fishing areas, such as the Wyoming Flycasters Memorial Public Access Area, will remain open for anglers and other recreational activities. Anglers are reminded to clean, drain, and dry all equipment when using the access area and other Wyoming waters. Utilize the boot scrubbing stations at the river access points and main entrance gate at Dan Spees to help prevent the spread of New Zealand mud snail. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Thank you, Ray, and that's going to do it for us on a Wednesday. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for making us a part of your day. Have a great day. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.